Hello and welcome to this, our 241st live stream, decking the halls with poison ivy. Don't recommend you do that. Hi, Ryan. Thank you for, it is Boxing Day in Canada here, which is basically just an extra holiday we just tack on the end. It's a commercial holiday where there's lots of shopping and where people supposedly return their gifts. I didn't go out for Boxing Day. It's just, let the maniacs do that. But if you are interested in shopping, I would actually recommend that you buy our second novel, All the Stars as Angels, which is part 2 of the War of the Gods series. So the ebook on that is on sale right now for $2.99, and it's a great time now to purchase it. So that is actually all the channel business we got today, surprisingly. Okay, so we will basically get into do it, buy it. I like that. More importantly, leave a review. We need more reviews for both books. Okay, we're nowhere near enough reviews. A good starting number for reviews is 50. Okay, so we've got 26 right now for a Reliquary of the Dead, and we only got 17 for All the Stars as Angels. So if you've read the book, please, please, please leave a review, because the reviews matter. They matter more than sales figures. So really, really important that you review the books. So if you want to help us out, that's a great way to do it. Okay, let's get into the channel rules. And then let's start taking some questions. We actually don't have a lot of questions tonight, so we might end this thing early or go on the extended food section. Foodie section all night, every night. Okay. The channel rules are super chats have priority. It's true across all YouTube channels. Doesn't guarantee we take your question, but it guarantees we see it. And it gives it priority. If you post a non-super chat question, please put a Q and a colon in front of it so that we know it's directed to us. No Q, no colon, we don't see it. Only post your non-super chat questions once. Posting it multiple times will get it disqualified for the night. If your question happens to do with a verse in the Bible, something in the Bible, we need context. That means you need to include what book it's in, what chapter, and what verse. Also, you can sponsor non-super chats as well. We ask that you copy the question into the super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. Saves us time. And then finally, one question per super chat. Okay? So that way, it's fair to everybody. So no question stacking. We're not going to take that. All right? So, that said, let's get into the questions. All right, the first question here is from 501 Mobius. We all want to wish everyone, too, we hope you had a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So we just hope that you had really, really good holidays here, and we hope that you are enjoying the love of Christ in this season. Okay, Mobius says, did grain magazine designs change over the years such that no one can tell when so that one can tell when they were built? No, not really. Someone is claiming those at Tel Rotaba were built in the 18th dynasty. That's generally not how grain magazines are dated. Now, there are more than one type of grain magazine. There is a silo type of grain magazine, and then there's this sort of a tubular shaped one. And both were used. Both were used at various points in history. Now, the fact is we date them by the pottery remains that are found there. So, it's basically the pot shards that are used to date these things. We do find that some of the grain silos at Tel Rodona are early 18th dynasty, pre-Tutmosis III. Okay? But the ones that come after that date to the 19th dynasty. And again, it comes down to what are the remains that are found there, because it's really, really hard to date a mud brick. It's really hard to do that. You could possibly use carbon-14, but carbon-14 in that area is not that reliable. So you're generally dating it off of ceramic typology. Ceramic typology is what's generally used for dating. You might find some textual remains like dockets, that sort of thing. But it's going to be those sorts of things that are going to be used to date that. Also, what context is it in? Like, for example, the grain magazines around the Temple of Atum are going to date to Dynasty 19. And the reason is because the Temple of Atum dates to Dynasty 19. You don't generally build grain magazines by themselves. You generally build them in context to a temple, an existing temple. So that's generally how this is done. The grain silos are part of a temple precinct. No temple, no grain silos, generally. And the ones we find from, say, near that Atum precinct, those are definitely Dynasty 19. There's no question they're Dynasty 19. The other ones, there's some smaller grain silos that are in, say, sort of the villages, in the Tel El Rataba village, that do date to earlier 18th dynasty, but they tend to be very small. Those are more for civilian use than they were for, say for a large temple, for providing offerings for a temple as such. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. What is it?
Ryan.
Ooh, Ryan goes, that would go against the grain. The pun apocalypse has begun.
CPM.
CPM versus DOS. Grain clips go into the grain magazines. BZ4YT. In this issue of Grain Magazine, serial offenders, can they be forgiven? Ooh, ouch. PC Gaming with JS. The name of the king on temples and reliefs and monuments does help the dating as well. Exactly. But that's something you're going to find on the temples. Date the temple, you've dated the granary. You've dated the grain silos. So this is why its proximity to the temple is so important. Because that temple of Atum, there's no question it dates to Ramses II. There's a bunch of statues in there. I think there's at least 7 statues that were dedicated to Ramses II. That whole temple was built by Ramses II. So those grain silos, at least the large magazines, are going to date to Ramses II. Okay, so that's the first question here. Next one is from Darkblade. Thoughts on rebaptism? Okay. Now, there are some denominations that take rebaptism as a sin, a real sin, an affront to God, because and these tend to be sort of denominations that view baptism as sort of a phenomenological event where God is bestowing his grace more than once, kind of dying twice to the sins. Okay? I personally don't take that view. I don't take that view at all. I don't think baptism is a phenomenological event. Okay? What I think is that baptism is a promise. It's a promise you make in public to follow the way of Christ. Can you do that more than once? I can't see why not. I can't see any reason that you cannot be baptized more than once. just like in some ways, it's kind of like uh, married couples taking vows. They'll take their vows, and then maybe 50 years later they will renew their vows. Did that make them unfaithful at any point along the way? No. In that way, it's kind of a memorial of the promise. So CPM versus DUS. More denominations removed from the possible category. Nice try. I mean, again, I don't agree with my denomination on everything. Okay? So this is not going to help you. Anabaptists have entered the chat. Okay? So, I don't think like, for example, a lot of these denominations that will interpret rebaptism as a sin think that they're conflating the idea of, say, the individual act of sin with the one baptism. Okay? That individual act of baptism with the one baptism. Not the same thing. Contextually, the one baptism is the idea that Christ is the baptism that removes our sins. So I think it's a problem of exegesis, where some denominations have relegated rebaptism to a sin. But I don't think it's a sin. I don't think it's a phenomenological event. I don't think. I mean, it's a public declaration that you're going to follow Christ for the rest of your natural life. That's what it is. So, Vulcus New Order Amish confirmed. Hey, I don't own a car. Could be.
We don't own a television.
Don't own a television.
You can make a cake.
The lighting here probably runs on hamsters. Who knows? The live stream could be fueled by candlelight.
Most things we have, we built ourselves.
Yeah.
I don't know about the guitar.
I don't know about the electric. Well, you don't have to play an electric guitar with electricity. Good times. Good times. Yeah, so I have no problem with people getting rebaptized. I don't see any issue as far as rebaptism. Now, there's going to be questions. Some people are going to question, which is the genuine baptism? Well, which is the one where you genuinely promise to follow Christ? Frankly, if somebody who was infant baptized wants to be baptized again, I have no problem with that. I have no problem, too, with people who were infant baptism saying that was their true baptism, too. Okay, well, which one do you think was genuine? Go with that one. Okay? And if you want to do it just again, I mean, if there are people who go to Israel, tourists that go to Israel, that get rebaptized in the Jordan just to say they've been baptized in the Jordan. Now, I don't always recommend that because the Jordan can be a really dangerous river.
Well, the spot that they generally do it in is
there. Yeah, there's a ford of the Jordan that's pretty quiet that people do get baptized. But every year people die in the Jordan by baptism. So, oh yeah, because people are stupid. They get baptized in the raging river. I'm not joking. Every year there's a number of deaths from baptisms in the Jordan.
Oh, you want to meet Jesus sooner.
It's a way of meeting Jesus sooner, sure. Good times. Good times. Yeah, but from a theological perspective, I see no problem with rebaptism. If you want to be rebaptized, knock yourself out. If you're happy with your baptism as it is, that's fine too. Uh, PC Gaming with JS. Which is more dangerous, the Jordan River or the Amazon River? The Jordan. Yeah. The Jordan is actually more dangerous than the Amazon. As I said, it kills people every year. People go swimming in the Amazon all the time, and it's just fine. Now, you pick your... I mean, a lot of people swim in the Amazon. I'd say this. The Nile is more dangerous than the Amazon. The Nile will make you super sick if you swim in that. Amazon, not necessarily. You're kind of hit and miss with the Amazon, but the Nile's more dangerous than the Amazon. Definitely don't go swimming in the Tigris. That's also another no-no.
Yeah, Nile has, right?
The Nile has hippos too, right? North of the cataracts, yes. South of the cataracts, no. The Nile, north of the first cataract, there's no hostile animals like hippos or crocs. There is crocs south of the first cataract in Lake Aswan. So there's crocs in there. You don't want to go swimming where there's crocodiles. But there are crocodiles in Lake Aswan. AJ Higgins, Euphrates is a slow moving river. You're actually pretty safe swimming in the Euphrates. PC 40 now has cataracts. Yep, it does. 4 of them. There are 4 cataracts in the Nile. John asks, did Christians ever get baptized in the Nile? And the answer to that is yes, they did. There were Christians who were baptized in the Nile. I do not recommend this for Westerners. There were early Christians and Egyptian Christians that have been baptized in the Nile. Again, not recommended, but it has been done in history. So, 4-eyed Niles. Yeah, not those kind of cataracts. Andrew Graham, not if there are bull sharks in that water. Yeah, well, the thing about bull sharks is they tend to be very opportunistic where they swim. You're more likely to encounter a bull shark in a river, either in Australia or on the eastern U.S. seaboard, than you are, say, in the Jordan River. You're not going to find any bull sharks in the Jordan River or the Nile. Okay, but you can encounter them. I believe in Australia, and the bull sharks are one of those few sharks that are both fresh and saltwater adaptable. So, yeah. Okay, so I hope that helps, Dark Blade. Thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it. I think we covered it. And the third non-super chat here is from King Bubby. And he asks, do you think it's a good idea to collab with in Philosopher Garb or Testify Apologetics? Eric Manning is a veritable powerhouse. Here's my thing about collabs. I don't ask other channels for collabs. I mean, I do get approached a lot to do collaborations. Sometimes I do them, sometimes I don't. It really, really depends. So, hey, Rob, good to see you here. So yeah, I don't reach out to people to do collabs. If they want to do collabs with me, I'm often amenable to it. It also depends upon what time of how busy I am and all that stuff. So, I don't go out of my way to do collabs. Okay, but sometimes I do, just because. All right. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Take that one from Rob right now. Thank you, Rob, for that super chat for $10 Australian. Deck the halls with poison ivy. Fa la 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 death. 'Tis the season to scratch madly while your skin flays off in regret. Nice! Nice!
Flush down.
Ah, good times, good times. I have seen people who have done this, who have decked their halls with poison ivy, not realizing that it's not the same as English ivy. Now, interestingly enough, not everyone is allergic to poison ivy. Like, people actually have done this. No, I wasn't being highly facetious. 10% of the population is immune to poison ivy. I knew a woman who was completely allergic to it. She was completely insensitive to it. So she could handle poison ivy, no problem. She could get revenge on a lot of people, and she did.
Look, I'm not itchy. Hold it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And while she was not allergic to poison ivy, if she touched someone after touching poison ivy,
Oh yeah,
it would transfer. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's
don't want to eat it.
no, you don't want to eat it. It is poisonous. It is poisonous. You cannot eat poison ivy. So it is literally poisonous. Okay, so you can never eat it, but some people are not allergic to handling it. Jack Ray says, I'm not allergic to poison ivy. Yeah, about 10% of the population is not allergic to it. Okay.
But interesting follow-up question. I'm curious. Why is Christmas? Is that just because they're prickly?
I think it's just because they're prickly. James Murray Walsh asks, why is the Christmas tree so itchy? It's usually because you get poked by the pine needles. And it's, pine sap can be it's a really mild irritant. It's a real mild irritant. But I think that's the reason why, is because you're getting poked by pine needles, and the pine sap is just a mild irritant. It's not one of those things that it's where people are allergic to it per se.
Interesting. Does the poison contaminate water? Teammate, I would think.
Darkblade asks, does poison contaminate the water of tea made with it? The answer to that's yes. Asking for an imaginary friend. I myself avoid tea like the plague. Well, here's the thing. The oil off of poison ivy that causes the itching, rash, all that, it doesn't break down with heat. It doesn't break down with heat. So if you made tea with poison ivy, it would be toxic. This has also been a problem, too, when people have had large amounts of poison ivy. They sort of cut it all down. They gathered it onto a fire, and they burned it. They gassed out their entire neighborhoods. Okay? This poison ivy is not just toxic in its by touch. If you burn it, all of that oil is turned to vapor, and you can gas out your entire neighborhood.
Yeah, you cannot break up poison ivy.
Yeah, you cannot burn poison ivy. You have to dispose of it by garbage. So
in a toxic waste.
Yeah. Yeah.
You actually have to have toxic waste disposal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, I definitely would not recommend making a tea or burning poison ivy at all. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Really, really bad idea. I don't know if Andrew Meisner says, this is why you have a pet goat so they can eat poison ivy. I don't know about goats. Deer can. Deer can eat it. Deer has no problem eating poison ivy. The question is, do you want deer all over your lawn?
Yes, I do. I would love deer.
BC4YAT, compost it? Oh, no, don't compost it.
No.
Never compost. Never compost poison ivy. That's just a way of having it spread everywhere. Yeah, composting it will make it spread all over the place.
You really
never compost poison ivy.
Need to contact the city officials to come clean it up.
Yeah, yeah, it's really. John asks, does that poison the deer meat if I eat it? No, it doesn't. No, a deer who eats poison ivy is not, the meat's not contaminated with that. So, yeah, you're fine if you eat the deer.
The deer digestive juice is about the only thing that deal with poison.
Yeah, deer digestive juice is about the only thing that can deal with poison ivy. I wouldn't call this the foodie section. If this is your foodie section, you've got some problems. Okay. Yeah, don't compost it, don't burn it, don't turn it into a tea. Don't feed it to your pets unless you have a pet deer. Okay? All right, let's move on here. I think we're on to the super chats now. First super chat is from TBTM123 for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Can you explain the evidence for the Semitic departure from Avaris in the reign of Ramses II? Also, how do we know it was during this reign specifically and not the late 13th or 12th centuries? Okay, it comes down to funerary remains. That's what it comes down to. Okay, now we do know that we get an overlap at Avaris between what's called household goods and funerary remains. And this is where sort of these things are really easily dated. Both the funerary remains and the household goods. They're going to use ceramic typology to date your household goods. Okay? And we find that the household goods that are extant at Avaris, they come to an end mid-Dynasty 19. Okay? Similarly, the funerary remains we find at Avaris, basically pieces of coffin, votive items, fragments of incense bowls, that sort of thing. It starts picking up also mid-Dynasty 19. Okay? Now, the thing about this is we can date that pretty precisely because we got enough of them. We got enough of those household goods and the funerary remains and they coincide at the same time. So that's mid-Dynasty 19. Now, how do we know that that's Ramses II? The reason is because Ramses II, his reign was 66 years. That's 3/4 of the length of Dynasty 19. Okay? So, if it's mid-Dynasty 19, it has to be somewhere in Ramses II's reign, because the dude reigned for so freaking long. Okay? Okay? And Ryan Cohen Camp, I am Dynasty 19. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Ramses II is Dynasty 19. Okay? So, when we do talk about mid-Dynasty 19, we don't really have to say it's Ramses II, because that's a foregone conclusion. Okay? Because the dude just lived so dang long. You had a couple kings of Dynasty 19 at the beginning. Okay? So you had Ramses I. He lived maybe 2 years. Then you had Seti I, who lived between 11 and 14 years. And then you got this massive 66-year reign of Ramses II, and then followed by a few tiny reigns at the end of it. So it's kind of how if it is mid Dynasty 19, and pottery remains show us that it is, as well as the funerary goods that we find there, it's got to be it's got to be Ramses II. There's really no other possibility here. And these funerary goods and household goods date way too early to be either late 13th or 12th centuries. It's just way too early for that stuff. So, it's already Avaris is already a cemetery, a fully populated cemetery by the time you reach the late 13th century. A lot changes in 40 years. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But we really don't have any doubt that what we're talking about here is mid Dynasty 19. So that has to be Ramses II. Okay. Now, the next question here is also from TBTM123 for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, if Min is an earlier form of Ma, meaning what, when is the earliest time Ma is found, and why does the Torah not use Min? Is Min evidence for ancient Mana tradition? Okay. There's something wonky about the question here, and we're going to explain what that is. Okay. Now, that if Min is an earlier form of what is pure supposition. Okay? It's supposition. Min is the form, it's basically what we get mana from. Mana in Hebrew is min. Or man. Okay? That's where we get mana from, is that word man. Now, exegetes, in their infinite wisdom, have assumed that means what? As in, what is this stuff? But they don't know that that's the case. That's a supposition. We don't have any evidence to show that min or man is an earlier form of the interrogative adverb what. We just don't have any evidence for that. So it's one of those nice theories, but we don't have good evidence for it. Like when it talks about mana in the text, there might be some explanation, some scribal gloss for that. See, is there a scribal gloss for that? I'll take a quick look here. There might be a scribal gloss for it, but yeah, it just talks about mana being a stuff. There's no, in Exodus 16 where it's first talked about, there's no scribal gloss for it. Numbers, same thing, there's no scribal gloss for that. Deuteronomy, yeah, it only shows up in, mana shows up only 3 places in the Pentateuch. Exodus 16, Numbers 11, and Deuteronomy 8. And none of those actually include a scribal gloss here for that. So I think it's one of those things where exegetes didn't know what mana is, so they just sort of made a guess. So I think it's one of those. I think it's just one of those things where the evidence for saying that Min is an earlier form of Man is earlier form of Ma is just sort of based. It's based upon a supposition regarding mana or Man. But I don't think that's a good supposition per se. So in some ways, that's that idea that Min is an earlier form of Ma is putting sort of the horse before the cart. So, and again, it's based upon that supposition. So I don't think there's a good foundation for that idea. From what I can tell, the earliest form of Ma is Ma. So, I hope that helps.
The earliest form of Ma is Ma.
Yeah. I know it's profound, isn't it? Yeah, so the horse before chariot. Yeah. The chariot before the horse. It's the chariot before the horse. Okay, so again, I don't see any warrant for this. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thanks for the question. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. Next one here is from JCM2680 for $2. Thank you for the super chat. They need to drop those numbers. I can't tell what number is from the account and which one's from it.
Call them by their...
Yeah.
That's so rude to hear.
I know. So anyway, he asked the question, what translation of the Deuterocanon do you use? Okay, for those who don't know, the Deuterocanon is the Apocrypha. So that's just another word of saying the Apocrypha. The translation of the Apocrypha that I use is the New American Bible. And the New American Bible is the translation that's used, is the English translation that's favored by a lot of Roman Catholics. Okay? I don't use the New American Bible for anything else other than the Deuterocanon. Now, it's a good translation. It's a perfectly fine translation. I think it's a poetic and artful translation. But the New American Bible is not my first go-to for other translations. But it is my go-to for the Apocrypha and the Deuterocanon. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Like that. Andrew Graham. Deuterocanon. The one with the loudest boom. Could be. Okay. We got a few more here remaining from AT Ministries, and we'll take some of those right now. His first one here is... Move that out of the way here so I can access this. Are vampires a kind of spirit critter? The short answer to this is no. Now, we're going to define a spirit critter here as a spirit being that was ontologically created as a spirit being without a body. Okay? Just for the sake of clarity. Okay? So while I have said in the past that human beings are also spirit critters, we're just going to confine it to this category for the sake of argument. So, is a vampire a spirit critter? No. They are a cadaver that... Vampires are the worst. They suck. Old joke. Old joke. So vampires are not... they would be considered undead. They would be considered cadaverous corpses. that have not lost their ability to plan, to premeditate. One of the interesting things about the morality of vampires is they have premeditation. They're not like zombies. Zombies have no premeditation. Vampires do. So, vampires do have moral reasoning. So,
Do vampires play for the Oh, absolutely.
PC480, do vampires really play baseball in thunderstorms? They twinkle! They twinkle! Stupidest vampire books ever. Hey, Stack, they still have a prefrontal cortex. Okay, now, so vampires are not spirit critters. Now, with that said, some werewolves could be spirit critters. Okay? So, when we look at vampires are not spirit critters. Some werewolves are. Particularly of the North American kind. Legends of the Manitou and the Skinwalker are basically shamans that unite with a spirit creature to be able to change their physical form. Those werewolves are spirit critters because the human is united with a spirit critter. So, it depends which type of paranormal critter you're talking about. Vampires generally, no. Werewolves, sometimes. Lycanthropes is what we would call them, technically. But, there you go. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Alright, next super chat here. Merv Monson goes, was Pazuzu a vampire? I don't know, because I don't know my Mesopotamian mythology well enough for that, so I can't answer that. But
You see that?
Ryan Comcap, you see that? It's a North American werewolf in its natural habitat. Be quiet to not disturb it. Good times. Good times. Alright, the next super chat here is also from AT Ministries. And he goes, what did the primordial gods look like? Were they embodied? Okay, two questions here. Were they embodied? No. As far as we know, the primordial gods were not embodied. However, we do have one or two drawings, illustrations of primordial gods from Egyptian sources. And generally, they are portrayed like human beings submerged underwater. Now, they're not drowning. That's their natural habitat, underwater, under the primordial waters of the earth. So that's how primordial gods are generally portrayed in, say, Egyptian myths. As essentially these human-like spirit entities. And they're basically, they know they're not human. They're just in the water, part of the water. They're kind of a side effect of creation. So when the primordial waters are created, yeah, that's when we find these primordial gods also. They're just there. So, not drowning, waving. Mama goes, I love the spirit critter section. I'm glad someone loves it. Okay. So, chaos. So yeah, that's the only illustrations we have of the primordial deities. Is that they're basically shown under the water as part of the primordial waters. So as again, they're kind of a side effect of creation more than anything else. But they're sort of created to be placeholders for, say, the chaos monsters. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then the next one here from AT Ministries. How do you manage the high throughput of your projects? Planning. Basically, when I write, I just write. I write, I've got a quota, I focus on what I'm doing here. I try to limit my social media exposure. I just go at it. So when I'm doing my first drafts and writing, I just write, and I have a quota, and I make sure I do that every day. This is sort of what gets me through the sort of the hard projects, the projects where I'm less inclined to complete, because they're less fun. I just keep that quota and I just stick to it. So, yeah, Mrs. Producer's got it right here. Planning, abundant coffee, lack of sleep, pretty much. So that's how I do it. It's not no special magic here. I just sort of butt in chair and I just write until I need to get to where I'm done. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one. Next one here is from okay, and we just did the Sentinel Apologetics one already. Okay, this is the next one here. Is from Lightning Taylor for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think a majority of the names in Genesis are placeholders due to how Hebrew was not the first language? Not necessarily. Some are. Okay, like for example, some names in Genesis are really toponyms. They're really place names. So in those, like for example, when it talks about Mitzrayim, being the son of Ham, we don't know what really the name of son of Ham was. So the idea that Mitzrayim is the name of a person, well, that's pretty speculative. It's pretty speculative. So, it's a lot of the names. For example, in Genesis 10 is ethnography. So it's basically a moral categorization of the nations. So those aren't people. Not strictly speaking people. Those are placeholders, but they're placeholders where they use the place name instead of the real name, because the real name isn't really known. Okay? So that's, again, part and parcel to ethnography. On the other hand, say Genesis 5 or Genesis 11, well, okay, some of those were real people, and some of them were probably pretty close to the original names. Like, for example, Abraham's predecessor, Terah, is probably Teru of Urkesh. So Terah and Teru are pretty dang close. Okay, they're pretty dang close. Enough that you can give enough wiggle room here between, say, the conversion of Amoritic to Hebrew, and that would perfectly make sense. Now, when you get further back, who knows? We don't know for sure. So, is it possible that some of them are placeholders? Sure. Possible. Do we know which ones are which? Well, I would say if they are real place names, they are probably a placeholder. If they're not a place name, then I would say maybe not. So I hope that helps. But again, this is one of those things where we just don't know. All right? So don't have enough information, don't have enough data to really determine this one way or the other. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from a member question from Followers of the Shepherd. And he says, lately I've been getting my videos translated into other languages. What are some good languages to focus on? I make Christian content for context. Okay. I'd say good languages to really focus on are basically countries where English is not necessarily the first language or a second or third language. I wouldn't focus on, say, the big languages like French and German, because a lot of French and German speakers also know English. One I would consider is Portuguese. Okay? Portuguese is a... No, not Latin. No one speaks Latin anymore. Hey, Bon Bon, good to see you. Yeah, nobody is speaking Latin anymore. I'd recommend Portuguese. Portuguese speakers, that's a huge section of the Earth's population, like hundreds of millions of people, and they're not speaking English as a second language. So I would say, yeah, that's a great candidate for this. Another one I would consider is Korean. Korean is an incredibly there's a lot of Korean speakers. They would definitely benefit from additional Bible training. They also are you'd get good traction there as well. And not a lot of Koreans get taught English as a second language. So I would also recommend Korean. So yeah, and a third of Korea is Christian too. So again, that's why you're going to get good traction there. So that's also an excellent language to do it. Now, if you want to get to reach hard to reach places, there's a couple places there's a couple other languages you can add for places that are hard to reach. Arabic. Now, Arabic is one of those things where there are Christians, particularly in Iran right now. Iran right now is a hotbed of Christianity. Yeah, you wouldn't know it, but yeah. So, Arabic, say Farsi. Farsi and Arabic. That will help you to penetrate countries that wouldn't normally, where they're sort of cruising around. And I would definitely go with the Arabic and Farsi. So those are definitely those would definitely be what I would suggest for that. So there you go. 4 languages I think would be really important right now. Korean, Portuguese, Arabic, and Farsi. Okay. Turkish is interesting, yeah, but it's close to Arabic. It's close enough to Arabic that if you've got Arabic, you've got Turkish also. Yeah, you do get less blocked in India, but also here's the thing about most of those people who are in, say, Arabic-speaking countries, a lot of them are using VPNs. A lot of them are using VPNs, and they're sort of cruising through VPNs because of the blocking. So, Obama goes, what about China? I wouldn't bother with China right now. China has been penetrated by missionaries now for 100 years. Um, they have a healthy local home church movement. It's not a place. It's not a place that I would spend a lot of time on really as far time or resources on China at the moment. Um, um, it's just that they have access to a lot of the stuff already. So you want to reach two kinds of people you really want to reach. One, those that you can shape into future leaders, and two, the ones that are really difficult to reach. China is neither. So yeah, I mean they did push back, but again, it's got a healthy home church movement. So um, there's that's not going to last forever. Okay, so followers of the shipper, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, very much, or the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, BC4YT. For $5 Australian, thank you for the super chat. What are some tips for lay people who want to examine some of the original Greek and Hebrew? What traps should they be mindful of? Okay. If you want to look at the original Greek and Hebrew, it always helps to actually learn the languages themselves. There's two sort of traps. One with each language. Each language has its own trap. The problem with Hebrew is learning the alphabet to begin with. So, in many ways, the difficulty of learning Hebrew is front-loaded in the language. If you get past learning the alphabet and the Masoretic points, it's really easy to pick up the rest. Okay? So, that's the problem with Hebrew, is it's really hard to do that first, say, 2 months of language learning in Hebrew, and after that, it's all downhill. It's all downhill. You almost don't need a teacher after that first 2 months, because that's the hard part. And a lot of Hebrew students quit in the first 2 months because the first 6 weeks particularly, because they don't memorize the alphabet, they don't understand the Masoretic marks. So that's the hard part of Hebrew. Get that done, rest is easy. Okay? At least as far as languages are concerned. The case of Greek. Oh. Greek can bite you in ways that Hebrew can only dream of. Yeah. Yeah, Greek lies to you. Greek thinks you go through 1 year of your first year of Greek, and you think, oh, this language is easy. I understand this. Oh, you silly, foolish child. Then you discover there's 2 more years of Greek where it's just figuring out what it means. And you discover that how many traps there are in Greek. Greek's a nasty language in its later years. They say in Greek language instruction, 1 year of Greek is just enough to be dangerous. Yeah, Merv Monson says Greek is so vastly diverse, it's insane. Oh, it is insane. Uh, Darkblade, is learning classical Attic sufficient? No. Depends on what you want to do. I mean, if you want to learn classical Attic, yeah, it's probably enough. You're still gonna have to do like 3 to 6 years of it. Classical Attic actually takes you longer to learn than Koine. Okay. Yeah, it actually takes you longer to learn. I knew a guy who was focusing on Attic, and he was 6 years in. He was 6 years in, and he was still struggling with it. Yeah, it's full of traps. Greek is full of traps. Skeletons in the classical Attic. Yep. Yep, definitely. Well, I mean, just in Koine, you've got the genitive and the what's it called now, the participle, and those things are, oh my gosh, they're so nasty. Yeah, the genitive and the participle give Greek students nightmares. Bonmont says, if it takes 6 years, what's the point? Why not train AI for this? Because AI can never learn it. AI can never learn the nuances of this. That's the problem. AI can only do very surface crude translation. See, the problem with Greek is getting the nuance. Okay? Mama says, then I suppose there's a reason to the phrase, it's Greek to me. There was, what's his name now? I can't remember. Stanley Porter, Greek scholar, Stanley Porter. He wrote a book called It's Still Greek to Me. This was a book that was written for Greek students that had gone through 3 years of Greek and still didn't understand what was going on. Okay? And I kid you not, it's titled It's Still Greek to Me.
But then you have the most complex poetry,
yeah,
written in Greek, just because the language itself,
yeah,
can sort out some nuance.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fact is that Greek, part of the complexity of Greek, has also contributed to the precision of New Testament theology too. So it's one of those mixed blessings. Okay, yes, it's a very, very difficult language to learn. It's not the most difficult language I've had to learn, not by a long shot. But Milo Mortimer, AI says that Spinosaurus had a snail on its back and that beavers hunted Dilophosaurus. Good stuff, AI. Good stuff. When AI hallucinates, it really hallucinates. So it's one of those things. Ryan says, is Greek harder to learn versus English? I can't really answer that. I would say this. Greek is an easier language than German. Okay. It's an easier language than German. It's harder than Hebrew. And it's a lot easier than Akkadian. Okay. English is very hard to learn because of its exceptions. That's the problem with learning English, is it's the exceptions that really make it difficult to learn. Greek doesn't have huge exceptions. What it has is a large diversity of nuance. And what you're learning in Greek is the nuance. That's what you're learning in Greek. So here's the thing. When you, like, for example, the genitive, when everyone starts learning Greek, Everyone thinks the genitive is so easy because its forms, its cases, the genitive case is one of the easiest cases to learn. And then you get the nasty surprise that there are 50 possible meanings for the genitive, and only one is right. That's the problem with Greek, is there's so much context that's involved with Greek exegesis that unless you get the context right, you can't get the nuance right, and it can lead to a wrong translation. So, and noticeably wrong translation. It doesn't even, I mean, it's not even, if you botch a Greek translation, there's no question you got it wrong. You know, you will be told it's wrong. So it's hard and fast on a lot of these, of the nuance, but a lot of your second and third year is just reading these very, very difficult sentences and then trying to discover what is the correct nuance among the hundreds of possibilities. So, okay. Bomboness, does classical Greek have slang? I'm not sure. I'm not a classical Greek scholar. I can't answer that question. It might. Koine Greek certainly does. Koine Greek definitely has slang in it. And you can see that the slang is, especially on regional differences. There are regional differences in Koine that where you do have, say, differences in local slang between, say, Koine Greek you find in Mesopotamia versus Koine Greek that you find in, say, Egypt. So yeah, there are differences, definitely. Jack Ray says, or maybe false nuance, like the different kinds of love in Greek. Yeah, that one's interesting. The whole eros, phileo, agape thing, because that's modern. Okay, that false nuance, that's a modern thing. That really dates to the 19th century. So it was one of those things, and I wish pastors would stop preaching the eros, phileo, agape, the love sermon. Oh my gosh, I wish that hasn't been found in commentaries for 100 years. Okay? Because Greek scholars have known this has been wrong for 100 years. And yet it still gets preached. Okay? Oh, good grief. I mean, that one's awful. That one's really, really awful. There is no difference between phileo and agape. None. Zero. Zip. It's just, and even eros, there is not a big difference between eros and phileo.
And boy, do they preach on that.
Yeah, but you'll hear pastors preach on that one. I mean, here's where I go. How can a pastor show me he doesn't know Greek without saying he doesn't know Greek? He preaches the love sermon. Yikes.
Did you see BC? It's the language of the...
Oh. No, I didn't see that one, but I see it. Okay. BC for what he says is the language of the lizard people Gecko-Roman. Ooh, ouch. Ouch. You gotta agape that. Oh boy. Merv Monson says that's one of the most preached sermons about the difference between them, though. Yeah, it is. It is, and it is one of the most preached sermons. And again, as I said, the love sermon is the sermon that pastors use to prove to their congregations they know Greek. That's what they use this for. And
they prove the opposite.
And they just prove the opposite. It's so wrong. It's so dumb.
I still remember their pastor. So
Oh, that pastor who got the Akkadian verse off of Wikipedia, and I asked him if he got it off of Wikipedia, and he said yes. I said, "It's just yeah, I could tell." He was so offended by that.
I think he's party.
Yeah, Acadians didn't translate that way. Oh boy. But yeah, I wish pastors would stop preaching the love sermon. Just stop it, guys. Stop it, guys. Okay. Oh, let's move on to the next one here. Maybe they love to sell used cars. Yeah. Well, a lot of them were. A lot of them were selling used cars prior to the pulpit.
Literally.
Quite literally.
Yeah, that's not meant as a joke.
That's not meant as a joke.
We've seen those actually working.
Well, so was Donnie from Standing for Truth. He was a used car salesman. Yeah, Standing for Truth. That guy was a used car salesman. They even, yeah. There's even footage of him doing a commercial for a used car lot. Okay. Mama. Stop it, guys. It's stupid. Yeah. Alright, let's move on here. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. And he asks, does God want us to make art? Books, comics, genres? Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, here's the thing. God is a creative God. Okay? God is a creative God. He creates beings who are creative. When we create, we are emulating one of the traits, one of the aspects of God himself. Okay? God asked us to be fruitful and multiply. And it's not just a multiplication of, say, our offspring. It's a multiplication of our culture. We are story-driven people. And because we are story-driven people, stories reach down into our reptile brains and convince us in ways that, say, preaching alone doesn't. So, it's one of those things where I think God does want us to make art because he wants us to engage the culture. And it's, again, it's an aspect of 1 Peter 3:15, give unto every man an answer. Well, not all answers are for direct questions. Sometimes these are answers of conscience. Sometimes these are answers of that. How does it resonate? We have to be careful that we don't presume to know the question. Not everybody's question is the same. You know, I heard Sargon of Akkad, the YouTube commentator, not the actual historical figure. You know, Sargon said that, you know, he's not convinced of Christianity because he hasn't really heard a good story for it yet. And I thought that was really an interesting observation. He's not looking for something that engages the mind. He's looking for something that engages the heart. So the way you do that is through things like books, comics, games, movies, music. any kind of art can do that. So yeah, I absolutely think that God wants us to create art. And I think that's one of those things that if we do this, we are emulating our master. Because God created. God is the essence of a creative being. And we can emulate God by being creative ourselves. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I saw something earlier here too. Let's see. Where I see it. Dylan Biggs asks, what themes do you explore in your Christian sci-fi novels? How did implementation of them without being too preachy? I've been thinking about writing some stuff on my own in the future. That's a great question. Okay. Now, I do have themes, and I have themes in all my books. Okay. I'm just gonna can't find my books in my pile here, but I'm also trying to look for cards. Reference cards here. Okay. Now, the themes that I use in my books are going to depend on the story I want to tell. Okay. Now, in Reliquary of the Dead, that's this one, I have the theme that personal redemption takes tenacity. That's the theme of the book. But there's also a lot of other things going on there too, like ancient Near Eastern myth. And all that ancient Near Eastern myth is basically the context for the Bible. Okay? So that wasn't an explicitly Christian theme, but it isn't one that's against Christianity either. Now, All the Stars as Angels has a different theme. I use the theme in that children become like their parents. It's a universal truth. But I also have a secondary theme in there too, that prayer really works. Prayer matters. So, there's Sloppy, he's in there too. I'm not sure that Sloppy's a Christian theme, but okay. But, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Sloppy, fine.
Mm-hmm.
With the other.
Yeah, they do. They do overcome their shortcomings, yeah. But All the Stars as Angels, the theme is that children become like their parents. Now, that's not an explicitly Christian theme, but it is a theme of universal truth. And that's the thing, what we want to do when we write these books, and this is how we prevent them from being preachy, is we use themes that have universal truth. In the third book, the theme of the third book is going to be in humility there's strength. Now that's a very Christian theme. That's a very, very Christian theme. Is, if you want to be strong, you have to be humble. So how do you do it without being too preachy? You don't preach. You just show truth.
Somebody living their faith.
You show the world through a Christian lens. Show the world as a Christian would see it. You'd be surprised how radical just that is. Show the world. I mean, in all three of my fiction books, every Sloppy's clearly a reference to the Exodus.
The whole give you some good writing into one line.
Yeah, Mama says show, don't tell. Yeah. Show the world through a Christian lens. Don't tell them about it. Show it. Show what the world is really like. Here's the thing. If you look at the world through a secular lens, people are inherently good. Secular lens sees the world as inherently good, inherently moral, inherently upright, and people can make it just by being good people. That is a secular worldview.
And they're only bad for lack of education.
Yeah, they're only bad for lack of education or lack of opportunity.
Yeah, that sure as I've done to explain all
Yeah.
the nasty.
That is not a Christian worldview. Christian worldview is the world is inherently fallen. People do bad things. People will do awful things to each other. Okay? But there's a right and a wrong in the midst of that. And there's a truth that doesn't change. Show people when you write the inviolability of truth. That the truth that you're going to show is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Whatever that truth is that you're trying to show. Okay? There's strength in humility. That's a universal truth. That will always be true. Okay? The fact that people will do bad things to each other. It's universally true. Yes, Dr. Falk needs a hug, but it's universally true. I had one reviewer said that everybody in Reliquary of the Dead was such an awful person. that everyone I know must be horrible. Therefore, I need a hug. But it does show humanity the way it really is. So show it as if... Show every story like you're looking through the lens of a world, as you should look at it like through the lens of Christ. How Christ sees the world. Okay? The truth, the good, the bad, the ugly. Okay? Take the varnish off. Don't varnish it for people. Because if you start varnishing it, it's going to sound preachy. So, Mahat isn't mean. No, he's not mean. Mahat is a sweetie. Okay? But he's not a human being either. So, Ryan Conkamp says, just like the Old Testament. Yeah, show it just like the Old Testament. If you show the world just like it happened in the Old Testament, yeah, you're 3/4 of the way there. Okay. Let's see, anything else here? Let's see, so... Darkblade asks, do either of these themes intersect with the scumbag youth pastor character? They don't, but they use scumbag youth pastor character. He's the setup. Okay? He's the setup that creates the situation for that happening. Okay? But he's also an accurate reflection of how bad humanity can get. So, he's the darkness when you compare to the light of the others. So, okay. All right, so then let's move on here to the next super chat. Next super chat here we're going to take is from AT Ministries. And the next one is... would God call someone to make works of art? Yes. Yes, he would. Just like he would call some people to be plumbers, some people to be lawyers, some people to be doctors, some people to be ditch diggers. You know, God will also call some people to be artists. And they will use that for his glory and for his honor. So, absolutely. God can call people to be artists as well. It's a thing. The history of the Christian church is full of people called to become artists. So, and some even believed in the faith while they were doing art. Albrecht Dürer was an incredibly devout follower of Christ. And most people don't know this about Dürer. He was a German Catholic that converted to Lutheranism. And you see, one of the interesting things is over the life of Albrecht Dürer, and you look at his self-portraits, it changes over time. Fascinating. You know, while he's still we're doing work for the papacy and the decoration of cathedrals. You know, his first portrait is of a rich young man in clothing. Wealthy clothing and gems and all that stuff. His very last portrait, after, his bunny portrait was fantastic. Absolutely great portrait. His last self-portrait was a man in rags. And it was to show him most wretched of, and he titled it something along the lines of most wretched of sinners. This was a man who came to understand his personal depravity and his need for Jesus. It was an incredibly interesting perspective on the life of a man from his sort of his early faith to his later faith. Incredibly telling, and very much an excellent expose of that sort of maturity in Christ. So, absolutely, God can call people to make works of art. Absolutely. And to do it for a living if that's what he so desires. So, yeah, I think it's...
I think just Google it. You know, the early, middle, late.
Yeah.
That's very powerful.
Yeah, the three portraits of Dürer. Yeah.
Yeah.
His early, middle, and late. It's an interesting transition. Really interesting. And it can be Googled. So, yeah. Yeah, Annie Manuel says, his gilded hot youth and aged with wisdom. Yeah. Yeah. It's a fascinating set of studies. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministries. What is the inspiration behind the premise of your series? Ooh. Okay. The inspiration for the War of the Gods series was actually the whole idea of spirit critters. That was the inspiration. Okay. The idea that that there's this sort of conflation between angels, okay, and the heavenly hosts. That stars in the sky were angels, or at least that was the analogical language used for angels. Okay, so when I looked at this, I thought to myself, okay, we go to the stars and we don't see angels up there. But what happens? Then this is the whole premise between the War of the Gods series. What happens if we exile androids up there and they start filling the vacuum of the angels? And that's what sort of that was the inspiration behind the premise of my War of the Gods series. Was that, okay, let's take androids, let's put them in space. They're no longer allowed on planet Earth, they're exiled. They're in space, and they become like like it. Okay, now the first book sort of is sort of the preamble that gets you into that. Okay, so in the first book, it started off more like an archaeology book. Okay, I wanted to teach archaeology through fiction. So the first book was that, but that premise of stars as angels was always in the back of my mind, even when I wrote the first book. So, um, it's just popped in mind. Pigs in space. Uh, Xiaoye, was All the Stars theme inspired by C.S. Lewis? No, it wasn't. I didn't like C.S. Lewis's writing. I know that's going to be heresy for some, but I was just not a big fan of Lewis. I found his writing very hard to read, very hard to get into. So, was not a fan of C.S. Lewis, so I can definitely say All Stars theme was not inspired by Lewis. Heretic! Blasphemy! I just couldn't get into Lewis. Sorry. Now, I could very much get into G.K. Chesterton. I love the writing of Chesterton. But, boo. Right here, weapons men. I've got a revolt on my hands. Shame. I'm glad I didn't rag on Tolkien here. That would be the end of me. Okay, so okay, yeah. So I was never a big fan of C.S. Lewis, so for me, it wasn't an inspiration for All the Stars. Okay, so just saying. All right, but it was really sort of that cultural background of, as I said, say the Genesis 1, where it talks about the creation of the sun. I'll bring it up here. I'll bring up the text. Genesis 1. This is probably my big inspiration for this. So Genesis 1. Okay, Genesis 1. And where the creation of the sun. Okay. 1:16. God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, the lesser light to govern the night. He also the stars also. He placed them in the expanse of heavens to give light on earth. Okay. And then you go down here to Genesis 2:1. Thus the heavens and the earth were created, and all their hosts. Now, this is a really interesting. All their hosts. This is the Savaot. Now, Savaot means army. Okay? Heavens and earth and all their armies. Okay? Now, this is where Genesis 1 starts conflating the stars, which were seen as the armies of the Lord, with the angelic armies. Okay? So, this is where I get the inspiration for the War of the Gods. Is from Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. It's this idea that the angels were stars and they are the armies of God. So, it's not the Lord of the Sabbath. Okay? Mervonsa says Lord of the Sabbath. No, it's not the Lord of the Sabbath. It is the Sabaoth. Sabaoth and Sabbath are not the same thing. A Sabbath is a rest. A Sabaoth is an army. Okay? You often see the term in the Old Testament, Yahweh Sabaoth. The Yahweh of armies. Okay? And who are these armies? These are the spirit critters that follow him. So the idea of the book, the idea that I got for the book is, okay, what happens if we go up into space, we're not finding much life up there, but we exile those androids up there, and they start filling in the place of the heavenly hosts. They become kind of angels themselves. And angels, a set of angels that divide and go to war. Just like what we find with the heavenly hosts. The heavenly hosts, they divide and went to war. You have those of Satan, you have those of the Lord. And they're fighting each other in the heavens. So, yeah, Andrew Graham, exile AI and see what happens. Exactly. Exile AI and see what happens. That's the premise behind the War of the Gods series. You exile the AIs and the androids to space and see what happens. Yeah. Yeah. And Mrs. Producer just said, this is the heart of science fiction. It's not the technology. It's asking a question, what if? What if this happens? So, Jack Ray Khan. Yeah. More or less. Yeah. So, what happens if you exile all these androids that can build ships, that can reproduce because they can build more androids? What happens if you send them out in space? What becomes of them? What does our universe now look like? Well, it might look very much like the heavenly hosts. So, Jack Ray, Botany Bay. Botany Bay. We need to leave now! Okay, so that was the inspiration for the War of the Gods series. You can see why it was named War of the Gods now, and we hope that helps. CPM versus DOS. And now only Sloppy can stop him. Poor Sloppy. We might do something with Sloppy still. I mean, we're not done with Sloppy. Sloppy's not done yet. Peter, we're not done with Peter Chin yet either. Okay? We are not done with him. For those of you who've read the book. Jack Ray, does Sloppy clean up the mess? He kind of makes messes. CPM versus DOS. Good. Don't kill them, please. And Manu, vote for Sloppy. Mama, promises. Oh no, I've got something very, very special planned for Peter Chin. Something very special. Okay, let's move on to the next super chat here. Next one here is Darkblade asks, "Are you done with the scumbag youth pastor character?" Oh yeah, he's done. He was hanged. He ain't coming back. Okay, he was hanged in book 2. Mama says, I will happily believe it when I beta read it. Yeah, well, I'm still editing book 3, so yeah, it's. As I say, I've got something very, very special planned for Peter Chin. It might not be in book 4, but I have something very special planned for him. Okay. Oops. All right, next one here is from Mama says, I will trust you. Well, it will be coming. It will be coming. I'm just not saying when. Okay? But as I said, I got something very special planned for Mr. Chin, Dr. Chin. Okay, next one here is, oopsie, forgot to stay in studio here. Stay! I have to change this one too in just a second here. All right, next one. What's casting lots like? Did it change over time? Yes, it did. Okay. Now, a lot is basically a stick. Okay? When you cast lots, think of it this way. They're like two-sided dice. They're a stick. One side's colored, one side isn't. Sometimes they're flat sticks where one side's colored and one side isn't. Depends on the type of lot. Okay? So, if you have, like, for example, a selection of the 12, okay? And everyone is to draw lots. Now, there's a difference between casting lots and drawing lots. Typically, how casting lots works is you might have a stick and pretend, for example, this is a lot. Okay, this is a lot. All right? And you throw it on the floor, and you might have one lot end up like this, another lot end up like that. Okay? It's when the lots match with all the same sides that you win. That's typically how casting lots work. Okay? So if you're using this as a gambling device, and it was a very popular gambling device, you might have three, like for example, when they cast lots for the garments of Christ, what they were doing was basically throwing a set of dice, and the guy with the highest score got the garment. That's how it worked. Now, sometimes this was also used as a synonym just for plain old six-sided dice. Okay? We do know that in the New Testament times, the lots could be straight discs, or it could be something like your typical, say, pull one out here, just for show here, a typical six-sided dice, okay? That would be casting a lot too. So, Yahtzee! So, that when they say they're casting lots, it could be that as well. That's a possibility. Romans did carry dice. Okay, Romans did carry gambling dice, and we do have lots of examples of ivory-carved dice from the Roman period. So, but Jewish writers tended to call both lots. Both the stick variety as well as, say, the dice variety. Okay? So Andrew Graham, so they gambled over Christ's garment? Yeah, absolutely. The fact is that it was a nice garment. It was a good garment. It was an expensive garment. To cut up the garment 4 ways would have ruined it. So what they did was they gambled. And the guy who rolled the highest, he got to keep the garment. So, yeah, it's a little bit like the Urim and Thummim, but it's a bit different. I will pull out an Urim and Thummim here. I do actually have some. Okay, the Urim and Thummim operated just a little differently, though, than, say, a dice. Okay. Going into my Dragon Hoarded dice here, just to show this. Okay. Alright. This is an Urim. These are Thummim. It's a set of 3 dice. Okay, 20-sided dice. And they have Paleo-Hebrew letters on them. Okay? With the Urim and Thummim, you roll them, and your first dice, your white dice, basically tells you what character begins a word. And then the other 2 dice can be used interchangeably to spell out the word. Okay, so it's a kind of the Urim and Thummim are a kind of divination which just spells out a Semitic word. You read the word, and then you do what the word tells you to do. Okay? Unlike, say, for example, a six-sided dice or a lot, where you have to get sort of the highest scores. Okay? So the Urim and Thummim does operate differently than, say, a lot. Okay? And the thing with lots is, true lots, you can have any number of these. You can have any number of these. And the way they work, again, is whoever gets the most dark side pointing up is the winner. You can have 6 of these. You can have 12 of these. For example, when they drew lots, they would have been shooken up in a bag. Okay? And only one might have been marked. Who is going to be the next apostle? Okay? They pull the lot, and they narrowed it down to two potential candidates, and then they drew lots to figure out who was the next apostle. Okay, and that was considered to be a perfectly bona fide way of selecting a person for an office in that day.
No resumes.
They still do it in the Coptic Church. For example, for Pope, for the Pope of the Coptic Church, it's narrowed down to 2 candidates, and then the decision is made by lot. Still done today. Yeah, it's still done today. So, absolutely, we think this is a thing of the past. No, it's not. It's still done. Frankly, if you narrowed it down to 2, faithful men, you're not really going wrong either way. But,
They glowed or something.
Mark Monson, I thought they glowed or something to indicate an answer on the breastplate. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Not sure if it would be safe radiologically, but still would be cool.
Yeah, and that is radically different than drawing the short.
Yeah, it is radically different than drawing the short straw. It's not quite the same, but
you draw the different one. That's unfortunate.
LED breastplates. Cool. Hey, we always suspected there was some alien tech there, right? Alright, restocking me. Coffee here, because coffee must flow.
10 o'clock.
Okay, so. Alright, so that's what casting lots was like. It did change over time and with culture, but that's generally how it was. Okay, so hope that helps, AT. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here from AT Ministries. If the Eastern and Western churches unite, where will that leave Protestants? Really no different, to be honest. Now, I don't think, honestly, even though, say, the Western Church really wants to reunite with the Eastern Church, I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. There's still too many outstanding issues between the two, and frankly, the Eastern Church has been burned so many times by the Western Church, they'd have to be pretty brain dead to reunite. But yeah, I can't see there being any unity between them, because here's the thing: the Western Church has always had the idea of if they want unity, as long as you believe everything we tell you to believe. So Um, yeah, CPM versus DOS, Pope Filioque, millions of other things. Yeah, like the Thesaurus Treasure, the bodily assumption of Mary. There's going to be all sorts of issues there, and the fact is the fact is that when we talk about, say, the differences between Eastern and Western churches, it's always been predicated upon, oh, you can have unity with us. Just believe everything we say.
Yeah.
I mean, that's yeah. Yeah.
And again,
Undami says, as long as you're subordinate. Yeah, pretty much. As long as you're subordinate to the magisterium, we can have unity.
And it follows up with nothing like unity under Rome.
Yeah, nothing like unity under Rome. Exactly.
And again, there's a difference when talking to
Mm-hmm.
practicing.
Yeah.
It's very different if you're born into it.
Yeah.
A lot of Catholics who are born into it don't believe all this.
Yeah, that's a
very
difference
comfortable.
too. Yeah, that's an important difference too. Mr. Producer says it's very different if you were born into Catholicism than if you convert to Catholicism. Very different.
If you convert, you as an adult,
Yeah.
you are stating in what they consider a legal document.
Yeah, you are, as an adult convert, you are agreeing to absolutely everything that Roman Catholicism teaches. Of course, this is one of the reasons why we have people, adult converts, who are so zealous, is because to be a Catholic as a convert, you are buying into a whole package of goods that, you can't, you really, it's hard to, as I say, unless they want you to drink all the Kool-Aid before you convert. So Cradle, Undomiel says, so Cradle Catholics get passes on what they believe? Oh, absolutely.
They may not get passes.
They
write their own passes. There's a difference. They're like, yeah, and speaking from, yeah, I'm Catholic, but I don't believe that. Yeah, the Pope's a good guy, but, he's not.
Yeah, as Mrs. Producer says, it's that it's not so much that they get a pass, it's that they can write their own pass. That they are not committed to the same rigidity that a convert is. So they're never basically, if a Roman Catholic who's born in Catholicism decides to believe in Calvinism, there's no formal disassociation of union. They don't get excommunicated for that. So, but if it were an adult convert who believes in Calvinism, oh yeah, you'll be kicked out for that. So, there's a double standard. There is a double standard between converts, adult converts, and those born into the church. So, and
for Protestants talking to Catholics, find out what they believe.
Yeah, definitely. For Protestants talking to Catholics, if you are considering converting, know what you're buying into before you make the purchase, because it might be more than you're assuming. Warrior of the Most High says, could schisms be part of God's plan? I think so. I mean, I think it's part of God's plan. But then again, too, I also think it's part of God's plan that there's controversy in the church. We saw that for example, as controversies came up in the church, that the Holy Spirit worked through the church See, here's the thing. I think that that God, through His Holy Spirit and His infinite wisdom, knew that men were going to argue, and that through the history and the controversies of the church, the Holy Spirit made Himself known to show what was the right course of action. So,
Thomas got a budget for building.
yeah, Mama says, got a budget before building that tower. Agreed. Absolutely. Well, that's what made me think twice before Catholicism. Was, okay, could I buy all this? What I really Damiel says, I considered Catholicism before, couldn't get behind papacy and Marian doctrines. For me, it was the Thesaurus Treasure. That was really that sort of storehouse of good works. And that's still official Catholic doctrine to this day. That storehouse of good works. That you can have so many good works that it can be stored up and given to somebody else. It's that residual, that excess goodness is the bank account that backs a lot of the other doctrines, like the Marian dogmas, like the papacy, like even some of the say sacraments like divine unction. A lot of that is backed up by the storehouse of good works. So that's the showstopper for me. Okay, so I don't think the Eastern and Western churches are going to unite. So I think the Protestants would be in the same position even if they did. Okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries. Thoughts on the Protestant idea that all sin is ultimately rooted in idolatry, turning aside from God to something second. Well, okay. There's something to this. Now, here's the thing. You have to, for this, take the New Testament definition of idolatry, not the Old Testament definition. They're different. They are different. Basically, the Old Testament definition of idolatry is trapping a god in an idol and then extorting it for him to do what you wanted to do. Okay? That's not the New definition of idolatry. The New Testament definition of idolatry is putting anything above God. Okay? So there is a difference between Old Testament definitions and New Testament definitions for idolatry. So the Protestant idea here is taking that New Testament definition, and it's basically saying, okay, any sin that's basically that you're captured by, that you're enslaved to, is basically putting that sin above God Himself. So that pride. Let's say you have a great sin of pride that you don't want to bend the knee to God. Well, that's putting that pride above God Himself, and therefore that is a form of idolatry, at least in the New Testament context. Okay? So that's what's going on there. So the Protestants are basically taking that New Testament version of idolatry and sort of lifting it up. So basically using that as sort of the quintessential sin that all sins sort of fall into. And there's a point to this. Do I think that version idolatry is essentially, well, I mean, you could even use Old Testament idolatry as a form of idolatry. Okay. But all sin has its sort of its roots in loving sin more than God. So that's sort of what they're talking about here, what the Protestants are talking about. They're taking a very valid biblical principle. and basically working at it towards its logical conclusion. Okay, so that's what I think is going on there. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. We'll take the next one too, just because it's related. Thoughts on the definition of idolatry? I think I just gave that away, but I want to thank you for that super chat. Again, idolatry in the Old Testament context is setting up a statue, trapping a god in it, extorting the god to get what you want. Okay? And that does actually still relate to the New Testament version, which is the anything you put above God is idolatry. So the idea of extorting a god is putting your wants and desires above God himself. So there is a relationship between the Old Testament and the New Testament definitions, even though the definitions are in some ways different. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. CPM versus DOS. Does God escape if the idol breaks? No, it doesn't.
It's just trapped in a broken
What happens when when an idol breaks? Okay, the god inside the idol gets damaged. Okay,
broken nose.
He gets a broken nose or a head chopped off or his hands removed.
Yeah. Angry.
Okay, now how does a god escape when the idol? How does the way a god escapes an idol is different than when the idol gets marred. You Damiel, what a bunch of losers, man. I love that. What a bunch of losers. Okay. How the god escapes is he gets really, really angry. Okay? He gets really, really angry. How does a god escape the idol? You basically have to put the idol in a area of ritual defilement. Okay? So, ritual defilement causes the god to escape. So, the god stays in the idol as long as the setting the idol is in is ritually pure and everything outside of that ritually pure space is defiled or profane. Okay? So that's how you keep a god in the idol. Is you make the space, it's like this. You could trap somebody in their home by just giving them everything they want. You nice food, clean living space, comfy furniture, and then outside of that home are the streets of Detroit. Sorry, Detroit, we're going to use you as an example. Okay? There's shootings, there's gangs, there's wrecked cars on the street, there's bears running around. Yes, there's now bears running around the streets of Detroit. Oh, we're not going to get into the streets of Vancouver, though. That's too awful. We don't want to scare people. Okay. Yes, you're going to want to stay in your home because it's nice, it's safe, it's comfortable. You get fed nice food, you get good drinks, your furniture is comfy, and outside the streets, down the streets of Detroit, are Covenant Bears and Detroit Bears. Get ready, Covenant Bears. You ain't ready for Detroit Bears. Yeah, when I heard that bears were wandering the streets of Detroit, the abandoned streets. Yeah, so that's how you keep an idol or god in its idol. Is you make it nicer in the sacred space than outside the sacred space. Now, how an idol will flee a idol is when it becomes pretty much the same in the sacred space as it does in the profane. So, Undumio, wait, that's real? Yeah, it's real. Yeah, that was real. The bears wandering the streets of Detroit? Yes, that's real. Wasn't making that up. Yeah, a lot of Detroit has actually reverted. They've 25% of the homes in Detroit have been abandoned. There are streets in Detroit right now that are going back to the wild. Deer, bears, coyotes, yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, good times. Good times. Yeah. Yeah, Mama says not just streets, entire neighborhoods. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now to get back to the question here, in the case of, say, idols, okay, God will only escape if the sacredness of the inside the sacred space is the same as the profane space. There's no difference; it'll escape. Okay. So, but if you break an idol, what that does, while the god is still inside of it, what happens is you mar the image of the god himself, his essence. So you break off his hands, the hands of the god are cut off. You take off the head of the idol, the head of the god's taken off. So, breaking an idol doesn't free a god from the idol, at least in the Levantine context. It hurts the god. Puny god, but there you go. So, I hope that explains it. That's the way it sort of was thought in the ancient world. This is why when the Israelites invade Hatzor, they're chopping heads off of idols and hands off of idols. So, okay, next one here. Is from BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, do you think Avaris may have gotten its start as a cemetery with the hasty mass burials that would have resulted from the plague of the firstborn? Yes, I do. It's impossible to prove, though. The reason why it's impossible to prove is because the cemetery has been churned up by agricultural leveling. So we know there was a cemetery there. We know the cemetery dates to mid-Dynasty 19. But at the same time, Avaris was abandoned. So think of it this way. Avaris is continuously occupied until mid-Dynasty 19, and then immediately switches to a cemetery. Okay, yeah, that's kind of sus. Hey, that's kind of sus. So, do I think it's caused by a mass burial? Yes. Do we know that? We can't know it. And again, it's because of the agriculture just churned all the tombs up as they basically are running rototillers through the fields of Avaris. All that gets churned up and mixed into the soil. So that's my thought on this. I mean, I can't see the need for a large cemetery as immediate as that, unless you did have the a mass burial of that kind. Yeah, a catastrophic event. A catastrophic event would be what all I can think of that could necessitate a burial that big that fast. Because this is not a burial over, say, decades. It just starts mid-Dynasty 19 and moves on. So, but again, we can't be sure just because of the agricultural leveling. So, just want to make that clear. Okay. Scott Warthen says archaeology would have us believe near continuous urbanization of Avaris from the 12th to 19th dynasties, so much packed into the silt and sand. There was, I would say that there was definitely near continuous urbanization of Avaris. I would say from the 11th dynasty. The earliest remains we have at Avaris date to the 10th. So we do have a few scarabs from the 10th dynasty that were found at Avaris, and that's our earliest remains at Avaris' 10th. And at that time, it seems to have been an Egyptian settlement. Dynasty 11, we start seeing Semites occupy the area, and then it's pretty much continuous occupation from that point to the 19th dynasty. And we do have archaeological layers, proper archaeological layers. Yeah, it's a second intermediate period. First intermediate period. So yeah, 10th is first intermediate period. Yeah. That's the earliest we find it. And I believe it's Keti that is the person who founded, at least as far as we can know. I believe it's Keti's cartouche that we find there. So, but yeah, 10th is the earliest remains. 10th dynasty is the earliest remains we find at Avaris. So, okay, Faith from Facts for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Similarities and differences between Elohim and Kami. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting question. Now I think what you mean here, and I'm going to take it is this: Elohim meaning gods. Basically the numeric plural, not the magnificent plural. All right. So just be clear about this. We're going to talk about here the numeric plural of Elohim, not the magnificent plural. Okay. There is a difference. So we're just going to talk about the numeric plural. So small g, gods for Elohim. And the Kami, which is the Kami are the Japanese word for gods, in the sense of basically that they're sort of these minor deities as well. You could also throw in Necharu here too, the Egyptian word for gods here. Elohim and Kami, there are they're just supernatural beings. And spirit critters would apply to both of these just fine. There isn't that much difference, to be honest, between Kami and Elohim. At least as far as, say, how they behaved, what their spheres of influence were, their divine responsibilities. They're very similar. They're very similar. And a lot of cultures had this idea of, say, lesser divine supernatural beings that sort of ran around the landscape doing various things. You know, some of them were good, some of them weren't. So, yeah, Theoi also would be perfectly a perfect throw in for that too. Darkblade, yeah, that's perfectly, that's consistent with all of that. Mama, I still want that spirit critter emoji. When we get a good design for it, we'll put it up. Okay? I need a good design for that, one that miniaturizes well. Yeah, post a good spirit critter design on Artist Alley, and we'll take a look at it. If it, as I said, if it scales down well, we do have a few more slots for emojis, so we can do that. So give us a good. I think it has to be like something like 30 pixels by 30 pixels or 28 by 28 or something like that. I don't remember the official specification, but it has to shrink really well. Artist Alley on a channel, a Discord plug. Yep, absolutely.
For people not on there,
We want to let's plug it. Let's plug the Discord, because a lot of our community happens on Discord. We don't take your questions on Discord. What we do is we socialize on Discord. We workshop each other's ideas on Discord. We do a lot of interesting things on Discord. So Discord is a hopping place. So if you want to join us on Discord, the link is in the description, and you'll have a great time. Again, it's a place to socialize. So, Louis Sandoval asks the follow-up question here. Did all spirit critters got categorized simply as demons and angels, or is there a middle ground? There is a middle ground. Some spirit critters are neither angels or demons. Okay, so and we're going to have we have another super chat that's going to talk about this later on. So I'll actually take that super chat now, because it really dovetails with this too well, which is from AT Ministries. He asked the question: if a demon isn't a catch-all term for evil spirits, why does the Bible always use the term demon as evil? Well, they are kind of using it as a catch bucket, but not every evil spirit is a demon, technically. Okay? The Bible does use catch bucket terms when not everything is part of that, strictly speaking, that catch bucket. Like, for example, Philistines. The Bible talks about Philistines. Not all Philistines were Philistines. Some were Sheruhen. Some were Didanu. Some were other tribes of, like the Medjwej. Other tribes of Medjwej, yeah. Other tribes of sea peoples. Other tribes of sea peoples were thrown into that catch bucket of Philistines. Okay? So, the Bible does use catch bucket terms for simplicity's sake. It's not saying that everything is technically in that catch bucket. But that catch bucket does make things easier to talk about. Okay? So the Bible does use the term demons as a catch bucket term for all evil spirits, even though not every evil spirit is technically a demon. Technically, a demon is defined as a evil being that goes and does something. It's sent to do a task. Okay, so that's the technical. Now, the same catch buckets are also used of good spirit beings too. Angels. Angels are technically messengers, but not every good being is a messenger. In fact, very few of them actually are. Both the term angel and demon, those are job descriptions. Okay? They're job descriptions. Angels are basically those who carry a message. Demons are those who do a task. That's their job descriptions. So there's you're going to get good beings and bad beings that fit neither job description, but when used as a catch bucket term might be thrown in there. Like, for example, say primordial gods. The ones that fell are not technically demons, because they're not doing any tasks. They're just principalities, powers, rulers, but they're not out there doing a task. So they're thrown in that catch bucket, even though they're technically not a demon. Seraphim. Sorry, God help us if any of us ever see a seraphim as a messenger. I don't know of a single example of a seraphim that was ever used as a divine messenger. Oh boy. Can you imagine a seraphim showing up to be a messenger? A fiery six-winged serpent with thousands of eyes. That's brown trousers time. To my knowledge, God has never sent a seraphim to do the job of an angel. Because God is incredibly gracious. BC4YT. Be afraid. Very afraid. Yeah. Seraphim are terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, so it's like so not all good spirit critters are angels, even though the New Testament will lump them into that catch bucket. And not all evil spirit critters are demons, even though they're lumped into that category. It just sometimes that the biblical writer wants to just talk about this in generalities. And there's nothing wrong with that. But do recognize that these categories are catch buckets. They're not meant to be used with precision in those particular contexts. So, again, context matters. So I hope that helps. Again, I want to thank AT for his super chat here. And that follow-up question on what's it now? By Lou Sandoval here. Did all spirit critters got categorized as simply as demons and angels, or is there a middle ground? Again, it's a catch bucket thing. Are you for or against God, essentially? And not all demons, not all evil spirits are demons, and not all good spirits are angels. These are catch buckets. They are used to convey a specific point. So, hope that helps. Okay, next one here. Next super chat here is from BuzzFeed. He asks, is Kedar Lamar Siwe Pale Hapak? Maybe. The answer to this is maybe. There are 3 possible candidates that lived within the lifespan of Hammurabi that could be. And this is one possibility. One possibility, not necessarily... We can't tell which one it is. But there's 2 others that are very similar in name to Kedar Lamar. Okay? So it isn't just... We're not just talking about one possibility here. But there's 3, at least 3 distinct possibilities. Siwapala Hupak is one of them. I can't remember what the other 2 are off the top of my head. I'd have to go look that up. But I remember that there are 3 that are very, very close, at least in etymology, to Kederlamar. So we just don't know which one it is. Just saying, because again, they're close in etymology, they're close in biography, and absolutely, we just can't know. All right, so that's the best I can give you here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next one here is from Luis Sandoval for 10 Dominican pesos. Thank you very much, super chat. Do modern angel encounters differ from biblical ones? Yes, Kudo Lagamar is another one. Yeah, Kudo Lagamar is another of those of the Kato Lagamar possibilities, but there's a third one too. So again, a lot of kings were named similar to that at that period of time. So, all right, do modern angel encounters differ from biblical ones? I would say this: the modern angel encounters that I've heard of are very similar to what we find in the New Testament, where angels are putting on a simulacra body. They're putting on a simulacra body, and they are taking a human form so that they don't, like, wig people out. So that's one of those things where I think it's one of those things where, say, modern angelic encounters are going to more pattern New Testament, where you get the fear not kind. Fear not, they look human, and you're just expected to sort of, not necessarily recognize that they're angels, but they're gonna basically have some sort of message, or run some interference or something along those lines. So it's not going to be like, say, Old Testament encounters, where, well, you do get those kind of encounters too. Like, for example, at the Trees of Mamre, you get those kind of encounters too. But you're not going to get the prophetic encounters, like where the prophet is taken before the throne of God, and angels are basically, you see angels without their simulacra bodies. Without their simulacra bodies, then the mind fills in all sorts of really, really bizarre and strange stuff that to fill in what you expect to see there. So, because prophetic encounters don't happen the way they do in the Old Testament, you're not going to encounter angels like they were encountered in the Old Testament. You're going to get that more New Testament kind of encounter, because people are no longer taken into the throne room of God to receive God's revelation as such. Okay? So that's going to be a qualitative difference between the two, say, types of encounters. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I also want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 memberships. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your support of the channel, Jack. We also appreciate your puns. Very punny. So thank you so much. We do so appreciate your support of the channel throughout the year. We also want to thank everyone who's been giving us donations right now through PayPal. We really, really appreciate this as time of year. Our revenues are down by 25% because of the YouTube apocalypse. So we got hit hard by that this year. Normally we wouldn't have been concerned about this, but we are still trusting God. But our finances are way, way down this year because of what YouTube's done. So we do appreciate all the support we've gotten so much because of the way things have turned out this year. So again, thank you so very much, Jack. We really, really appreciate your help and support. Okay. Next one here. The Lou Sandoval asks a non-super chat question, which I think is kind of interesting. Could some historical or UFO encounters actually be misunderstood manifestations of angelic or spiritual beings. There was an author that went by, what was his name? He wrote a book. Let me see if I can find it. The name of the author. He was also a Bible scholar too. Clifford Wilson. Clifford Wilson basically came up with the idea. Clifford Wilson was a Bible scholar, but he also wrote a book called Crash Goes the Chariots. And he was arguing against Eric von Däniken. And Eric von Däniken, in case you don't know, was a very, very popular... He was a popularizer of the ancient aliens theories. So, Wilson would write these books that would say debunk. He would write this series of books. So every time, like Chariot would go, von Däniken would write Chariot of the Gods, and Wilson would write Crash Goes the Chariots. And then von Däniken wrote a second book, and then he wrote a third book called Gold of the Gods, or something like that. And Clifford Wilson wrote Crash Goes the Chariots again to counter the second book. But the third book Wilson wrote was basically the idea that alien encounters. At first, Clifford Wilson basically thought that people were just seeing stuff. He didn't think that there was anything to the whole UFO thing. And then Clifford Wilson came to the conclusion, ultimately, that UFOs were essentially misunderstood manifestations of demonic entities. Okay? So that became sort of Wilson's shtick at the end, that UFOs were eventually manifestations of demonic beings. Okay? So this idea that UFO encounters were misunderstood manifestations of angelic or spiritual beings isn't a new one. It's been around a long time. Now, it is a theory that has problems. It's a theory that has a lot of problems. One of the problems is that not every sighting comes with a spiritual message. So the fact is that a lot of UFO encounters have no spiritual message. Now, some do. So then that begs the question of, are all UFO encounters spiritual beings, mistaken spiritual beings? Or are just some of them mistaken encounters? Like, for example, we now know that some spiritual UFO encounters are basically CIA psyops. Okay? There was this one guy that the CIA would abduct and put through, they would dope him up on mescaline and LSD, and then they would, put on the rubber suits and, freak the guy out. And they tracked this guy for years. Yeah, Operation Paperclip, yeah. They basically did this as a way to as a way of Cold War propaganda. Okay? So basically, convince this guy that he was seeing aliens, that the U.S. government had lots of contact with aliens, so he would pass this around, and so that the Soviets would get the hold of this, that thinking the U.S. government had alien technology. So, um, yeah, the CIA is full of absolute jerks. Yeah, yeah, it totally is. So, um, oh yeah, Umidel, CIA is another level of diabolical. Oh, it totally is. It totally is. Here's the thing, though. When the tensions get high with the Russians, this is when we hear about UFOs. And again, all it is it's an attempt at a lot of it is an attempt at misinformation to basically sort of throw off our enemies. But it's often used at the expense of our own people. So yeah, there was some awful stuff there. Um but yeah, this was definitely a lot of Cold War tactics. And we've kind of seen some revivals of this too. You know, at the beginning of, say, the Ukraine war, we started to see some of these tactics return. Like, for example, that whole um, congressional hearings over the sightings of aliens, of UFOs, was, you know, sort of at the cusp of that Ukraine war again too. So again, once we were already in the Ukraine war, Congress was holding hearings on UFOs again. Coincidence? No, don't think so. Okay? So, now, Louis Sandoval asks a good follow up question. What people believe before UFOs? That one's really easy. Fairies. That's what people believe before UFOs. Fairies. We have hundreds of reports of fairy sightings prior to the dropping of the bomb at Hiroshima. Okay? Fairies were what people saw when they were, say, bombed out of their mind. Okay? Or were kind of crazy. There was real interest in fairies prior to World War II. Lots and lots of reports of fairies, fairy rings, fairy tunnels. Yeah, no, don't follow a fairy down a tunnel. Just say. Uh, Fairies leading you into other worlds and realities. So there, before UFOs was a thing, it was fairies. Okay. So absolutely that was the thing that people believed in prior to UFOs. As soon as the atomic age hit, that switch, that flipped on a dime from fairies to aliens. So, let's see here. There was a question of another question here I wanted to answer. Where did I see it? I don't see it here. Okay. I know it was here, but okay, maybe it wasn't Operation Paperclip, but it was something like that. It was something like that.
Did the guy ever?
Oh no, he never found out. No, by the time they found, by the time I mean, they left him like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, yeah. I see. It was a prayer. This. Why am I not seeing this? There was a question. Okay, well, I'm not seeing that question now. Probably was deleted or something. Louis Sandoval says, in your opinion, do you think aliens are more human propaganda of World War II? I think there are a lot of them are propaganda of the Cold War. Okay, so the atom bomb was let off at the end of World War II, but the U.S. also knew that it had Soviet spies in the ranks. So there was a necessity to keep the Soviets off balance. So I think a lot of the views that we have on aliens come out of that Cold War propaganda. So I don't think that's at all unreasonable. Now, do I think that real aliens have visited planet Earth? No, I don't. Okay, I don't think that. I don't think that aliens from another world have visited planet Earth. Do I think there could be alien civilizations out there somewhere? Sure, sure. I mean, given that there are trillions of galaxies with trillions of stars, what's the possibility that at least one other planet out there has life? Pretty dang high. Statistically, it's pretty darn high. Will we ever meet them? Probably not. It's too far. Okay? Distance is the greatest hurdle to reaching the stars. If we're lucky, we'll eventually someday go to an exoplanet nearby. But we would have to be very, very lucky technologically. We would have to win the jackpot technologically to reach those expanses. I mean, here's one of the things people don't understand: how frickin' big, how much space there is out there. Okay, uh, like you get, like, for example, the asteroid belt. Okay, the asteroid belt. You know, there's a lot of people out there that thinks, you're going to go out to the asteroid belt and run into things. Okay, no. The asteroid, like, they're thinking Star Wars, where like the Millennium Falcon is navigating through all these asteroids. Okay, that's not the way the asteroid belt works. There's like 3 million miles between most asteroids. Your chance of hitting anything is by traveling through the asteroid belt. like I think it's 3 asteroids have the same mass as I think the moon. It's only like 3 of them. The rest of them are like grains of sand. It's like, and it's crazy how much space is in between. You can just jet through the asteroid belt with almost no navigating at all and be assured you're not going to hit a thing. It's like 3 million miles between each other. I'm a really bad astronaut driver. Yeah, you'd have to be to run into something in the asteroid belt. Oh yeah, probes have. Scott says probes headed for Jupiter have never had a problem shooting through the belt. Oh no, absolutely not. It's crazy. I mean, as I said, we think about, and a lot of it is our planetariums are kind of leading us astray as to how the relative size of things. I mean, you've got to have really good mathematics to just be able to fly to the moon and back. You need excellent mathematics to make it to Mars. Because the spaces are just phenomenal in size. So, yeah. Undamiel says, you'd have to be a special breed to be crashing into multiple asteroids. You'd have to be a special breed to crash into one. Boy, oh boy. No, it's there's just so much space out there. Your chance of crashing into anything is pretty low. I mean, it's, as I said, it's like 1 in a billion chance, that sort of thing. You're more likely to win the lottery than crash into an asteroid. Yeah, Darkblade says Mars is like 30 million miles away from Earth at its closest. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit. All right, let's get back to the super chats here. We've got a couple more super chats here for the night. Next super chat here is thoughts on pronomian, pro-Mosaic law theology. I don't have a high respect for it. I think a lot of it's Judaizing. The fact is that the law has been fulfilled in Christ. I think that salvation has been made way through grace by faith, and I think those who try to revive the Mosaic law, particularly Hebrew roots people, are heretics. So I have nothing but very, very low opinions of Judaizers. Whether that is Ron Wyatt, whether that is Brian Young, I just have very, very low opinions of those people who Judaize. So, Louis Sandoval says, but encountering life on another planet alters the gospel. No, it doesn't. Actually, the gospel would not be affected one bit if we encounter life on another world. And, believe it or not, there are people who think about this. So, Daniel Lowry says, no more than encountering American Indians or Aboriginals in Australia. Yeah. Oh yeah, it doesn't alter the gospel at all. Now, there's going to be questions that are going to be raised. Sure. The question is, are they fallen? Okay. Will they be under the covenant of grace? Those are valid theological questions. Do they have their own version of salvation? If they're never fallen, they have no need for salvation as such. They then are like the angels in that respect. So, but if they are fallen, okay, then that changes the complexion somewhat. Is it then that they rely on the same sort of savior that we have? Do they have their own savior? we don't know what provision then God would make for that. Were they, and if they were falling and not deceived, then they are like, for example, the demons. Okay, and I'll use that as a catch bucket here. So it would raise theological questions about the salvific status of life on other planets, but it doesn't change the gospel at all. So, Daniel Lowry, well, there are some early fathers that say the incarnation would be necessary without a fall still. Yeah, there were early church fathers that said just about everything. So you get church fathers that are all over the map. That's one of the things I love about the church fathers is they weren't of one opinion. So you could have all sorts of different opinions from the church fathers. So okay, so hope that helps, Lewis. But yeah, it wouldn't change the gospel one bit. Okay. All right, next super chat here is from 18 Ministries here, and we're starting to round out here. Does the work of John Walton and other scholars on how Torah should be read and understood undermine a Probonian theology? Well, I would say that the work of New Testament scholars would undermine that. I don't. Definitely other scholars. I don't think John Walton really touches on this too much. I think the Probonian theology is a modern development for the most part. It's a modern form of Judaizing. So I don't think that's going to be. I don't think that's going to really. Walton's work is not going to affect things too much here. It's going to be the New Testament stuff that really scholarship that really undermines this. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. And we're down to 2 more super chats. How do we know that Isaiah 44:6 is talking about 2 Yahwehs here and not just being poetic in his language? Could the same be said for Isaiah 54:5? Let's bring up our Bibles. Okay, into Isaiah. Now, we have to understand the difference here between Isaiah 44:6 and 54:5. Let's go to Isaiah 54:5, and then we'll flop back here to 44. So, Isaiah 54, verse 5. Okay. For your husband is your maker, whose name is the Lord of hosts. So the Lord is Sabaoth. And your Redeemer is the Holy One of Israel, who is called God of the earth. Okay. Now, we have here the mention of Lord of hosts and your Redeemer. Okay. Now, in both cases, in Isaiah 55, verse 5, 54, verse 5, we have the basically who this is being directed towards is the reader. Okay, the reader is basically Israel. Okay, so it's being directed towards Israel. Israel, your husband is your maker, whose name is the Lord of hosts. And your Redeemer is the Holy One of Israel, who is called God of all the earth. Now, in this particular case here, in 55 verse 5, it's not exactly clear the relationship, if there is one, between your maker and your Redeemer. They're not necessarily they might be the same person, they might not be. It's not clear. So in this particular case, it could be poetic. If we just take this passage just by itself. Okay? But 44:6 is different. Let's get to 44:6 and you'll see why. Verse 44, verse 6. Thus says the Lord, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts, I am the first, and I am the last, and there's no God beside me. The issue here in 44:6 that does not exist in 54 verse 5 is the possessive pronoun, his. Okay? This is not there's no second person possessive pronoun in this passage. So it's not being directed to Israel per se. What it's saying here, though, is the pronoun here is going to apply to the Lord, King of Israel. Thus says the Lord, King of Israel, and his Redeemer. Who's the antecedent of his? The antecedent is the Lord, King of Israel. That's the antecedent. Okay? So you have one possessing the other. That is a grammatical inevitability of this passage. So, because in this particular case, Redeemer has a possessive pronoun, it has to belong to the Lord King of Israel. And that Redeemer is the Lord of hosts. So again, we talked about this. The Yahweh Savaot. Here we talked about, we come back to full circle. We started talking about the Yahweh Savaot. Okay? And this is really cool. We talked in this live stream about the Yahweh Savaot, the Yahweh of hosts. Here we find it again in the Yahweh Savaot. Okay? The Lord of hosts, the Lord of armies. So, thus says the Lord, thus says Yahweh, King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of the Yahweh of armies. I am the first, I am the last, there is no God beside me. And both of these people, and there's two people identified, two Yahwehs identified. The Lord, King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. Two people identified, both named Yahweh, but both are using the singular. I am the first, I am the last, there's no God beside me. So, the two Yahwehs is not just being poetic, because you have a possessive pronoun here. It can't be just poetic. It's a grammatical impossibility. As much as a lot of translators have tried to force that into a non-poetic state, they can't do it grammatically. Not without doing extreme violence to the text. So that's sort of the long and short of it here, is that it's just that's why we know Isaiah 44:6 is talking about two Yahwehs, because one of them is in the possessive. One possesses the other. And if one possesses the other, you can't have one guy possessing himself. That just is nonsense. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then the last one here for the year from AT Ministries is from John 7:32. If a chief priest, the high priest, why is there more than one? Okay. John 7:32. John 7:32. Okay. The Pharisees heard the multitude muttering these things about him, and the chief priests and the Pharisees sent officers to seize him. Okay. If the chief priest is the high priest, why are there more than one? There's actually a really, really good reason why that is. And the reason is because some of them are retired. Okay? The high priest could not serve forever. Okay? It was not permitted for the high priest to serve forever. High priests did not serve until death. They served until they turned 50. And then they were forced to retire. This is why you have multiple high priests or chief priests. Is because they could stick or they had to retire from priestly duties at 50. They were no longer eligible for service at 50. So they were forced to retire. Now, a lot of them stayed within the temple precinct because they could continue to teach. There is this myth that goes around sometimes that, oh, there was only one chief priest or high priest because he would go do Yom Kippur and die in the Holy of Holies, and then their rope wrapped around the feet that they have to pull him out. Okay? That is complete nonsense. Okay? It's such a dramatic story. It's such a dramatic story, and it's so untrue. There were many former high priests, just because of the retirement requirement. Darkblade says, so basically an active high priest and a high priest emeritus. Yeah. Yeah. The high priest had poison ivy. Had the poison ivy. Yeah, I guess so. Could be. Yeah. So, yeah. Darkblade goes, if that was actually true, the priestly line would have gone extinct. Well, it certainly would have been the least popular job in the country. Like, yeah, but you know that again, that wives' tale keeps getting passed upon in Christian circles, and the reason why they say that is because a lot of preachers are trying to make the point that Jewish priests no longer pleased God. So every time they went into the Holy of Holies and did Yom Kippur, he just killed them off. And there's no evidence that ever happened. So, absolutely, it's just it's complete hogwash. But essentially, the reason why there were many high priests were because they retired. Essentially, they could still serve in teaching roles. Some of them served on Sanhedrin. You know, they were still allowed to serve in that capacity because they were experts in the law. So, in their teaching and advisory capacities, they could still serve. They just could not serve in the temple as priests unto the Lord. So they had to retire. So that's why you have more than one chief priest. Is because many of them were, as Darkblade put it, emeritus, retired. So, okay, we just got in a few super chats here, so we will take those now. Last minute super chats, I love them. Okay. PA888, thank you very much for the super chat for $19.99. Thank you for your support at this time of year. We really appreciate it. And he says, Merry Christmas, and Merry Christmas to you too, and God's blessing for you in the new year. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Louis Sandoval, for 100 Dominican pesos. Why Jews for millennia view Christians negatively? Well, because of persecutions. Now, this is not to make light of those persecutions, but there were persecutions on both sides. Okay. A lot of for example, the Claudian persecutions of Christians were incited by the Jewish population. Okay. So, the Claudian persecutions of Christians were incited by the Jews. It was one of those things where it went both ways, okay? But the problem was, as Christians started to obtain political power, that didn't stop. where the Jews could no longer do persecutions, Christians did continue to persecute the Jews. Okay? And, like, for example, a lot of the Spanish Inquisition was essentially, and I think a lot of bad stuff happened during the Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition should have never happened. Okay? The Spanish Inquisition basically was a way of the Spanish monarchy to seize assets from Jews in order to fund their wars against Islam. Okay, so so that's what was going on there. So that's why this sort of animosity remained. Okay, so I mean, it did start off very much a tit for tat kind of thing, but it sort of progressed into something bigger. So it's an unfortunate part of our history, but it's also part of their history too. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama asks, God believes in term limits or a standard retirement age? Actually, the latter. It's not a term limit, but it is a standard retirement age. So God believes in the standard retirement age for priests. And for Levites too. So Louis Samuel, keep in mind the first Inquisitor was Juan de Torquemada, who was Jewish. Interestingly enough, Torquemada wanted it to be controlled by he wanted the Inquisition to be controlled by the church so it would be less vicious, which is really strange given how vicious the man was. So I don't know what he was thinking in it being less vicious. So yeah, I've got some. He's a weird guy. He's a weird guy. All right. Scott says Jews view Christians negatively because of all the BS we Catholics inflicted on them. Well, Lutherans didn't do a great job either. Okay. Martin Luther tried to get Jews to convert to Lutheranism, and when they weren't having it, he advised burning down their houses and stealing their stuff. So, Lutherans didn't do a great job on this either. So, yeah, not good. Not good. All right, next one here is from Sentinel Apologetics. For $10 Australian. Thank you very much, Rob, for that super chat. Here's a gem on Quranic 2 powers. Okay. Looking forward to that. Quote, I swear by the Lord of the East and the West, surely we are able to exchange others who are better than them. We are not to be outrun. Surah 70, verse 40. One of the things I will say, though, we got to be careful of these plural pronouns. Now, we would, for example, in, say, Hebrew scriptures, in Hebrew Semitic scriptures, we would say that we would either be a magnificent plural, okay, or a numeric plural. Okay? Either is possible. So, I'm not sure how this exactly proves a 2 powers theology in the Quran, but I'm no expert on the Quran either. So, I would look at that and I would have sort of questions about how well that supports a 2 with powers theology. But Yeah. Uh, Again, I just don't necessarily see it in this passage. Okay. Again, because the we is not exactly could be a magnificent plural. That's always a possible. You know, like a king saying, "We are going to do it." The royal we. You know, or the corporate we. We at this corporation will endeavor to do such and such. So it's we is a little shifty here. So this is why we don't take other passages in say the Bible and say automatically it's a 2 hour powers theology just because we find we in there. It's got to be a little more. This is why, for example, possessive pronouns are much more compelling as far as that goes. All right, but thank you very much for the super chat. It's very interesting to see that, and we really appreciate it. Okay, and another one from Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. The priest forgot how to do poisson distribution. I think you mean poison, not poisson. Poisson is French for fish. Okay, but I think you mean poison distribution. All right, so that's the final super chat here. I will take any non-super chats, or we'll just talk about food. Do we have any non-super chats that are? Okay.
Starting from the back and working up.
Sure.
1003, 190, 1967 bridges. Any significance to Moses being hidden for Hebrews 11's?
Okay, what's that? 10?
1003.
Okay. Okay, so you wrote the Poisson thing. Okay. I wrote Poisson deliberately, the math dude. Okay. I didn't know he was a math dude. Mathematics is not my thing. Mask of Shy says the question, magnificent plural didn't exist in Hebrew, ancient Hebrew. Yeah, it did. So it's fair to assume Genesis 1:26 could be the Trinity. It did exist in ancient Hebrew. I don't know who told you that, but you got some wrong information there. Yeah, the magnificent plural did exist. It happened, for example, at the Tower of Babel, where God says, "Let us go down and mix the languages of the people." So there is a magnificent plural, whether it's a Trinity or not. That doesn't negate, just because there's a Trinity does not negate the magnificent plural. So, yeah, it's both. Okay, still now 1103. 1003, sorry. I like that. That's a good attitude, Mask of Shy. Me question implodes, but hey, cool, learning more. That's a great attitude. I love that attitude. Hey, you can only, if you're wrong, you've learned something. That is an awesome attitude. Love it when people have that attitude. You know, if you're right, you've just confirmed your bias. If you're wrong, you've learned something. That is a great attitude. Okay. Now, 1003. I see. 1967 bridges. Okay. He asks, if there's any significance to Moses being hidden for 3 months. Hebrews 11 repeats this. By faith, Moses was hidden for 3 months. Any significance to this time period? Not really. It's sort of the period of initial infancy. It's when a sort of a toddler starts growing out of their sort of toddler stage. to, where they're an infant and they can start to walk. So they get too loud, there's no significance. You can't hide it anymore because of the crying. So you can't hide a 3-month-old very well. So there's no special significance for this other than it's just you can't hide a 3-month-old. Very, very well, not walk, but basically loud. So but what is the average age of walking, to be honest? That's a good question. Because I don't really know. Yeah. Let's see, what is the walking age? Okay, it says the average age is about 10 months. So what's the earliest age? So 9 months. Okay, so another 6 months that kid would walk. Early walkers start as soon as 8 months. Okay, so 8 months. So 5 months away from walking. Potentially. Okay. So it's definitely the noise factor here. Oh, we do need to keep in mind that the houses at Avaris were very close together. So, yeah, someone's going to hear. Someone's going to hear. Okay, so that's probably the reason. Just the reason is just the noise. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Daniel Loris has a question. Do you have any recommended resources discussing the historical developments of skepticism of the Exodus? I think Hoffmeyer mentioned commentators in the early 80s took Exodus for granted. Yeah, in the early 80s they did. With the minimalist movements of the 1990s, that started to shift. Now we've kind of come back full circle. So I don't know a lot of people who've written on, say, minimalism, but that would be probably your key source. So the minimalist scholars like Lemke, Davies, Tommy Thompson, those would be your minimalist scholars. To a lesser extent, Bill Deaver. Okay, so but I don't know if anyone's written on the historical development of skepticism of the Exodus per se. So there were people who did write on this, but I just don't happen to know them. 810, okay. We do also have a super chat, I believe. Okay, let's get the super chat here. From Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. How does one help the poor or give almsgiving? Ooh. That's tough. Especially in the West.
The best way is
yeah.
Like
an established charity, yeah. I would, that's what I would do. Is
local food bank.
A local established charity that can use basically who can leverage purchasing power, who can vet the poor, because they're scammers. Okay, that's the problem in the West. We have a lot of people who are scammers who are taking advantage of this too. Okay.
And stealing resources.
Yeah. Yeah. Local vetted charities are your best bet for helping the poor and for giving alms. Okay? So that's what I would recommend. Local vetted charities. They can do it better than you can. They can do it more fairly than you can. They can also vet people better than you can. So,
and a lot of them require people and help work.
Yeah.
Which also.
Yeah. Louis Sandoval asks, but how does one verify that a charity is legit? There are, what's it called, the Grinch Project or something like that? There are charities that vet other charities. Okay? There are these are called accountability charities. These are groups that will check to see if a charity is legit. Is it well managed?
Yeah,
Do they publish their financial statements and tax records?
One of the main things they check is how much goes to administration.
How much goes to administration? Yeah.
How much goes to the actual.
Yeah.
Cause.
Yeah. Most charities that are legit will make their finances public. Okay, their tax returns and all that. Okay, so Umdamiel says charities that are legit will tell you how they use their money on their website. Yeah, and she says there's also trackers. Absolutely. John goes, I was told by those in the church to never give money due to scammers and people that just want to use money for drugs and alcohol. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a problem that we have more in the West. Okay, in some places there are people that are just legitimately starving, but we also, because we have such a social safety net in the West, a lot of the people who are you do get a lot of scammers and people who do use money for drugs and alcohol. Again, established charities can help with this a lot. And you don't have the resources or the skills to be able to discern one from the other easily. Again, this is why we do recommend that you go through established charities. I can't tell you which ones those are. You'll have to look up in your local area and do your own homework as to which of those are. But it's a lot easier to check out a charity than it is to check out every person you're giving money to.
Like that woman you saw who had this brand new.
Oh yeah, we had that. We've had issues here, like for example in Vancouver, we get a lot of drug tourism. Okay, people coming from Seattle thinking that Vancouver is a party town. They come well dressed, they come with fancy cameras and a lot of money, and then 6 months later you see them on the street and they're destitute because they've blown it all on drugs and they don't have enough money to get home. So there's Seattle's messy. Yeah, it is. Well, Vancouver's no better. But an established charity can help you vet people. You don't have to do it. And it's just one of those things that you're much better off, letting people who are experts in this just do the work of that they do well. So Darkblade, wait, they aren't deported back? Well, they go underground. They go to ground. They become part of the homeless community.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't check people on the street if you're part of the homeless community. So, there's not police going around checking your immigration status if you're part of the homeless community.
Crime.
Yeah, if they commit a crime, that's different. If they're caught. Okay, so Louis Sandoval, for instance, if there's a person on the streets, do I give money because of the Angel in Disguise theme or not? I would say, again, the correct method in the West, basically the Angel in Disguise theme is coming at you from a different context than what we have in the West. What we have in the West is that we do have a social safety net in the West. So, the Angel in Disguise theme is not an excuse for being unwise with your resources. Basically, you can still do the Angel in Disguise theme by giving it through a bona fide charity that helps the most people. That doesn't take away from the blessing of helping an angel in disguise. It just happens to be that you're using your resources responsibly.
And you can pick charity. You want to help single moms who are out on the street or provided. There's all kinds of.
Gandalf the Base says, in the West, don't give money. Ask for specific need. Food, buy them groceries. Water, buy water. Clothes, buy clothes. I would advise even against that. Because here's what happens in the West. They sell them pennies on the dollar for drugs. Okay? That's what happens here in Vancouver. You give them a bag of groceries. They take it to the Hastings Market, which is not a real market. It's basically a place where homeless people buy and sell stolen goods, and they basically sell the groceries for pennies on the dollar to buy drugs. Okay? So, this doesn't work. They'll sell loaves of bread. God knows where they'll blow. Yeah. Mama says, yep, they sell it. Same with Snap in the United States. Yeah, they used to recommend. There used to be a recommendation that McDonald's dollars. You could buy McDonald's gift certificates to give to the homeless, and I did that for a while, and then they got wise. Yeah, basically the homeless started basically selling McDonald's gift certificates for pennies on the dollar. There's nothing these guys won't sell and can't sell. So if you think you found a way to prevent them from reselling it, think again. The thing is that in the case of a charity, a lot of them have registered their a lot of them have registered the needy. Okay? Like, for example, like a lot of the food banks around here. You can't just go to a food bank and get food. You have to register with the food bank. The food bank gives you an ID with a photograph on it, and you're expected to produce that ID when you come by for food. And they keep track of how much food you're getting. They're keeping track of who you are. They're keeping track of what your general demeanor is. Do you look high when you walk into the food bank? So charities do a lot of additional monitoring on the health and safety of these people that you can't do. So Merv Monson says, it's like those towns that hand out needles to homeless addicts. You need to vet, yeah. Louis Sandoval says, in your opinion, with the rise of substance abuse and homelessness in Western countries, the best way is to use a charity? Yeah, it is, actually. Look, the city of Vancouver is sort of a case study in how not to handle homelessness and drug abuse. Case study in it. There was a bunch of parking lots here, and the city expropriated a bunch of these parking lots. Yeah, expropriate. That's a nice term. They expropriated these parking lots and turned them into this low-cost housing to home drug addicts and homeless people. They trashed those buildings in less than a year. Trashed them. Like, absolutely destroyed these 3-story housing units. Now, these were of modular design, so they were built super cheap anyway. But think of it this way. Think of it, they're kind of like little houses made out of train cars that are stacked upon each other, 3 stories, and they had a foundation, they had a plumbing, they had electricity.
Yeah, these people got indoor plumbing, bathrooms.
Indoor plumbing, bathrooms, beds.
It was like a motel.
It was like a motel, except they got to live there permanently.
Yeah.
And they destroyed them. So, but that's because the Department of Social Services in British Columbia didn't properly vet these people. They just housed them. So, yeah, I would say that frankly the local charities do a better job of this than the government. A lot better job.
One of the best things I want to be involved in it, I lived in Corona, where you had 6 churches joining together.
Scott Worthen says, vet, not for water, food, and coat like clothes as stipulated in the gospel. But you know what? Here's the thing. Sermon on the Mount, dude, I hug non-lucid schizophrenic sufferers yelling, put food pack in their face, and starving eats. Well, here's the thing. Again, it's really going to depend. Some of these guys are going to take your clothing, they're going to sell it for drugs. Okay? Well, that's what they do. You know, frankly, some of these guys who live on the corners, that's a racket. That's a racket. There's one guy who lives on the corner of 14th and Main. He's got his corner. That's his corner. Any other homeless person that comes by, he gives him a good beating and drives him off. Okay? Because I've seen him do it. It's his corner. It's his thing.
A lot of the people who really need it, like single moms, people who have lost their jobs, there's a lot of young, older people who lost their jobs. They're not gonna go.
Yeah. But I mean, as I said, I saw that guy beat up another homeless person who decided to, a kid half his age who decided who also wanted to panhandle there. Drove him off with a good beating. Mama says, and even to keep decent clothing, it's sometimes stolen from them by other homeless people for them to sell. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Happened to a homeless guy who got a really nice pair of boots given to him. Yeah, I've seen that happen too. Yeah. Scott says, I can't speak to charities, but individual giving in high urban environment. San Francisco has been an unhoused catastrophe for when I grew up. Give the hungry food, even a drug involvement. Jesus. Well, you know what? Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, would Jesus give somebody the means for a crack pipe? Okay. I mean, Jesus would know that they were going to use it for a crack pipe. I'm not so sure that Jesus would give an addict the means to a crack pipe. Just saying. But because of our particular environment that we live in, one that, I mean, our poor here isn't the same as the poor of the ancient world. Mama says, to be clear, I'm not saying I don't give directly ever. I'm just saying ministries keep better track of homeless population in the area, and that's what we give to. And I think that's wise. I think that is wise. Because Because they're not just getting, look, an established charity are not just handing out food. They're providing counseling. They're providing the gospel. They're providing a way of these people to turn their lives around. They're providing, basically, they're not enabling either.
They're also like if you give to a food chain, they're the ones who know the other local.
Yeah.
They can refer people. There's some people starting like a free vet care.
Yeah. Lou Sandoval, I really want to hear how ancient poor is different from today's poor. Oh, okay, yeah. There is actually huge differences between the ancient poor and the today's poor. The ancient poor were within 50 calories of starving to death. Okay. The ancient poor were on the cusp of dying. Okay. That's the ancient poor. Okay. They're on the cusp of death. So if they didn't get something to eat, they would be dead next week. Okay? That's the ancient poor. Okay? They were not just these are not just people who were just sort of lingering at the outskirts of places. They were on death's door. Okay? So to be crippled and not able to provide for yourself was a death sentence. So Gandalf the Base says, Western poor live better than some nobles did in many nation states in history. Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, the poor today eat better than many Roman emperors. Think about that. The as far as the quality and variety of diets, the modern poor eat better than Roman emperors. Okay. They got higher fat content in their diets. They've got higher protein contents in their diets. They're calorically higher. A lot of the modern poor are obese because they're eating a lot of junk food, but it's a higher quality diet than you find Roman emperors eating. Okay? So, Dark Blade goes 50 calories, that's about half a banana. Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference between life and death. Half a banana. This is how good we have it in the West. So even our poor are leagues better off than the nobility of the ancient world, at least as far as their diet goes. Now, that's not to say that the modern poor has it good. I'm not saying that. But even in the West, the fact is that most people in the West, including the poor, are in the top 10% of the world's income bracket. So the poor in the West make more money and have better food than 90% of the world. Think about that. That is a staggering difference in economic basis. Staggering. So when we talk about the poor of the ancient world, a lot of them were blind from vitamin A blindness. Why did they have vitamin A blindness? Barley blindness. They ate barley. The food that the poor ate in the ancient world was barley when they could get it. It was barley, it had no vitamin A, and they went blind. They had a retina degeneration, and they would go blind. So a lot of the poor of the ancient world couldn't see. A lot of them were lame. because they didn't have, like, a lot of them had rickets from lack of protein. I have yet to see anybody in today among today's poor that either has barley blindness or rickets. Or sorry, not rickets, quasicore. So better get my nutrient degenerative diseases correct here. Quasicore. Some of them had scurvy because they're not eating fruits and vegetables, because that's a luxury item in the ancient world. So, yeah, rickets is from vitamin D deficiency, but they had that too. They got that too, because not everyone had access to dairy, or for, say, sunlight, as it were. If they were, say, you have to eat the vitamin A. Like a lot of the people who got, like, for example, barley blindness also had rickets. Let's keep that in mind too, because you have to have vitamin A in your bloodstream to convert to vitamin D. So yes, so if you didn't have vitamin A in your bloodstream, you didn't have vitamin D, because the way vitamin D is produced normally is the sun converts vitamin A into vitamin D. So if you're eating barley as your starvation ration, you're going blind, and you probably can't walk. Hence Lazarus. Okay? So that's going to, I mean, this is the sort of poverty that the ancient poor had. They're lame, they're blind, they can't work, so they're begging at the tables, starving to death. So they're not sort of blowing their brains out on crack pipes and being heroin junkies, or snorting cocaine to get a high. That's not what the ancient poor were like. They didn't have access to any of that stuff. The poverty of the West is nothing like the poverty of the ancient world. Nothing like it at all. Andrew Graham says, what about Jonathan's son David, son who David looked after? That's Mephibosheth. Mephibosheth was a different matter, because he was one of those, his lameness was caused by accident. Okay? So, Mephibosheth was not lamed through nutritional deficit, but he was lamed by, say a spinal cord injury. Okay? And that happened too. So there is a difference between, say, Mephibosheth and, say, other poor of the ancient world. So it just was one of those. It's a different kind of thing in the case of Mephibosheth. So but he wouldn't have counted as one of the poor of the ancient world. He probably was close to destitute, but it's not in the same sort of cause and effect that you'd find the majority of the say the lame and the blind of the ancient world would have had. So yeah, he wasn't choosing not to work, essentially. So but here's the thing. We're also overrun in the West too. Like, here's the thing. You always had some poor in the ancient world. That always existed. always existed. Heck, we've been there once, we've been poor once or twice ourselves, and if YouTube has its way, more sooner than later. But, um, in the ancient world, it was not considered to be a majority thing. It wasn't an epidemic. It always was there. And it was always, say, under the surface as, say, okay, here's this class of people who were poor that needed help. They were on the cusp of life and death. But what you didn't have in the ancient world is, say, Welfare Wednesday come along and an epidemic of fentanyl deaths. That's not something you found in the ancient world. Well, this is what happens here in BC. Is Welfare Wednesday rolls around, and you get this epidemic every week of fentanyl deaths. And before that fentanyl, it was black tar heroin. Heroin so pure, supposedly, that was killing on injection. So, we're dealing with a different kind of epidemic in the West as far as our poor is concerned than, say, the poverty of ancient times. Yeah, the poverty of ancient times was really, a life or death struggle. In the West here, what we're missing out on is the fact that a lot of, say, those who suffer from, say, drug addiction are in bad relationships. They're disconnected from community. They're disconnected from faith and religion. It's pretty ugly if you ever go and see what the community is like in those areas. So, yeah, Merv Monson says, looking at the streets of San Francisco, it's hell on earth. Absolutely, it's hell on earth. And frankly, Hastings Street, Vancouver looks exactly the same. Looks exactly the same. So, again, I think it's a wiser thing. It's much wiser if you're going to give to the poor. Do it in a way that really helps them. And the way that really helps them is through an established charity. Because they know what's happening on the street. They know who the people are. They're tracking them. They're counseling them. They're giving them assistance. Heck, some of them are giving them showers. I mean, I think that's fantastic. Give them some of these charities are providing the homeless with a laundromat and a shower. That's something you can't give them. Look, I mean, if they can have access to a laundromat and a shower, they can go look for work. Yeah, that's another kind of charity to give to is the ones that can actually restore them to a place that they can take care of themselves. So absolutely, it's much better to support a charity that can provide a full human support mechanism than to give them food for today. And this is what we call holistic charity. Holistic charity, where you're not just looking at feeding them for the moment, which they may again pawn off for a dime bag, okay? But what you're doing is you're giving them the full support mechanism, full support apparatus, where they can start getting their lives back into order. Some of these places will teach them skills. Some of them will help them write a resume. Some of these charities will teach them to read. You can't teach them to read. You can't teach them to fill out a resume on a job application. You can't teach them how to get their life back into order. You can't give them a shower or launder their clothes. You know? Mama says, yep, I saw someone who was creating mobile shower and laundry units for the homeless. So cool. Yeah, it is cool. Yeah. Well. Yeah, Scott, I think we're going to ignore you for the rest of the night. All right. So I think that's the last of our super chats. I don't see if there's anything else. Oh, wait, we have one more from a couple more here. Chow Yi, where outside of Genesis does God employ the majestic plural? It's mostly in Genesis, by the way. It does seem to taper off after the first few chapters of Genesis. We see it as late as at least Genesis 11. At the Tower of Babel. That's I can recall it at that point being used. But it's probably also used in Isaiah as well. So I would imagine it's also used in Isaiah also. So Isaiah is where you sort of get the high Christology or high theology at that point. Let's just take a quick look here. So later chapters of Isaiah probably have this as well. But I'd have to look into that more deeply to see if there's other examples of it later on. It also might appear in Ezekiel as well, but again, I'd have to look into it. I know it occurs at least as the magnificent plural occurs at least as late as, say, the Tower of Babel scene. So, okay. And then we got here, I think this is the final super chat here from Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Who says, Carpenter says the Israelites as a newborn son take 3 months to arrive at Sinai, where they begin a more formative period of their life. Moses requested a 3-day journey into the wilderness, etc. I'm not sure what the point here is that. The Israelites as a newborn son take 3 months to arrive at Sinai, where they begin a more formative process in their life. Okay, so he's basically saying that Carpenter's basically saying that the 3 months the Israelites take is recapitulated in the early life of Moses, and Moses requested a 3-day journey into the wilderness. I'm not sure that tracks. The reason why I don't think that tracks is because of, say, if you look at the life of Moses, Moses has 3 months, and then he does his Reed Sea capitulation with Pharaoh's daughter, and then he's saved. Whereas with the Israelites, they go through the Reed Sea and then take 3 months at Sinai. So I don't think this follows. Okay? I don't think what Carpenter is saying here. I think it's a stretch. So, yeah. I mean, I appreciate the perspective. But I don't think it tracks that well. Okay, so we're hitting midnight here.
There was one more.
One more?
Back at 8:10.
8:10, okay. Go to 810. Andrew Meisner. Okay. 810. Take me a minute to get up there. Okay. Alpha says one more. Well, you always have to listen to Alpha, reader. Alpha reader always knows best. Okay, you mean the one on Bible study?
Yes.
All right. Okay, this will be our last question of the night here from Andrew Meisner. And he asks, in my law school Bible study, it feels like discussion does not go anywhere. Any tips to have a productive Bible study? Okay, yeah, absolutely. I do have some tips here. Also want to thank Jack Ray for just giving the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. We hope you have a great Christmas and a Happy New Year. But back to Michael Meisner's question here on Bible study. Okay. Why does Bible study not go anywhere? It's a fantastic question. Because everyone's been to one of these. Everyone has been to a Bible study where you leave and you're not any more edified than when you showed up. You've been to those, right? Got a dirty look from Alpha Reader. I think one of the worst ways to do a Bible study is to read the passage and then go around in a circle saying, what do you think? 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 And what you get is a circle of people who don't know much at all, making a few comments here and there about the Bible. Okay? So, and some of them will contradict. So you're all going to come out thinking, what did I learn from this? Because everyone's got their opinions, and frankly, everyone has opinions, and some of them are worth more than others. So, a lot of this time, that's why Bible studies don't go anywhere, is because they're just not properly directed. Okay, so Merv Monson, the worst part, in my opinion, is just listening to your pastor and my pastor said, yeah, that's not great either, honestly. Yeah, I totally am with you on that one. But here's what I think makes a good Bible study. You've got one person who really knows their stuff. Okay? You want to get a good Bible study going, get one person who really knows their stuff, take a small part of the passage, read it, read the passage, exegete the passage, apply the passage. Okay? Louis Sandoval says, while I like Bible studies, the only problem a lot of them have is the doomsday newspaper end times topics. Yeah, that is not great. That is not great.
But also, does the leader of the Bible study know what people?
Yeah, I mean, but you do need a strong leader who can actually understand, interpret the text for you, and basically show you things in there that you wouldn't see otherwise. Mama says, I'm not leaving the comfort of my home every Monday night to go to, quote, women's opinion study. Ooh, ouch. Ouch. So here's what you want. You want a Bible study leader. One that can actually lead a Bible study. Okay? This is really critical to the value of any Bible study. If the person who's leading your Bible study can show you things in the text you wouldn't have seen on your own, that's the sign of a good Bible study leader. Okay? And a Bible study leader who's worth their salt can do this. Okay? I can do this. Okay? But if you go to a Bible study and you come back knowing exactly same as what you entered with, that's not a good sign. That's a sign you need a replacement. Okay? So, how do you make Bible studies more effective? Again, it comes down to somebody who can understand the passage, who can read it effectively, and I mean emotive reading here, and basically that can explain the passage, and can interpret the passage, and can apply the passage. If they do all those things, and you come out of it learning more and are more edified than you were entering into the Bible study, that's the sign of a good Bible study. Lou Sandoval says, Dr. Falk, if I mention in a Bible study either topics coming from Heiser or yourself, etc., they will personally find it uncomfortable and change the topic. Well, you know what? Ask them why it makes them uncomfortable. Ask them why.
Don't be confrontational.
No, don't be confrontational, but find out why they're uncomfortable with it. Louis Sandoval, most people don't appreciate the supernatural, theological of the Bible anymore. Well, that's naturalism.
With God.
Yeah, I mean, God is a supernatural, theological God. That's what you're there to study, right? You're there to study the supernatural and theological. So, yeah, there are going to be people that feel uncomfortable with it, because a lot of people just want how do I say this? A lot of people going to a Bible study want to know how to have well-behaving families and great careers. That's something that I have seen a lot of. That people don't want to learn about the Bible. They don't want to learn about the Bible. They want to learn how to control their kids and how to have a good career. And frankly, the Bible has very little to say about either of those. So, what they want is a parental support group. That's what they want, is a career and parental support group.
They want the closed funnel that makes them affirmed in what they
Yeah. BC4YT, might be time for a new group or even a new church, yeah. Mama says, my women's Bible study. I'm politely challenged if someone thinks I'm wrong, and I have a good enough friendship with them that I can do the same and they accept it too. Yeah, okay. And it's hard sometimes, but safe. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Gandalf.
Yeah.
Or a gossip night framed under prayer requests. Oh yeah, that too. Oh my gosh, that's bad. But yeah, that's how you have an effective Bible study. Essentially, is what you have to do is you have to find a leader who can actually teach the Bible. Look, you might have, if you've got good elders in your church, you might have to invite voluntold one of them. Voluntold one of your elders to lead the Bible study. Of course, a lot of elders can't teach, which is unfortunate too, but that also will tell you something about your elders. Yeah, safe as in not going to become gossip later, etc. Yeah. BC4YT, should study groups be segregated? Not necessarily. I would say that if you do have age-related groups, that's also perfectly fine. Okay. Um, like for example, I led a Bible study for seniors once. Okay. Um, they have their own issues. Seniors have their own issues, and a lot of them are quite surprising sometimes. Okay. So if you do have a particular, if you are doing it for a particular group of people, yeah, okay, you got to be sensitive to those needs for that particular group. But at the same time, too, it's also, I wouldn't necessarily segregate them according to gender. Um, but sometimes, that's a thing too. Women do have Bible studies. Should they be? Maybe. Does it have to be? No. So a lot of it's going to depend on your group. It's going to depend on your group, what kind of Bible study it is, and all of that stuff. Mama says, I prefer sex segregated personally, easier to be real and vulnerable. Yeah, I can see where that's
Women
perfectly
talk in groups differently than-
yeah. Women talk differently in in sex segregated groups than say men would too. Uh Men often do not do these sort of sex segregated Bible studies well either. Okay. Um, there was one men's Bible study that I went to once. That it was just a waste of time. It was basically an opportunity for the men to get together, have breakfast, and then just read the Bible and go home. It wasn't really a Bible study. It was more of a social group. So, I would very much say it's going to depend. Mileage will vary. Mileage will vary on all this stuff. But I would say that what you don't want when organizing a Bible study is shared ignorance. That's the one thing you don't want. Of course, you don't want other things too. You don't want gossip. You don't want backbiting. You don't want basic variety. Why is it always breakfast? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know why it's always breakfast, but it is always breakfast. Okay. Um, but ours is supper. Yeah. So, um, but to prevent it to just devolving into a social group, and that's the thing about Bible study. You don't want a Bible study to just devolve into a social group. Yeah, there is a social aspect to it. That's fine. Uh, in fact, you are coming as a body of believers. There is a social aspect to Bible study because you're not studying it alone. But what you want is to be more than a social group. You want your Bible study to effectively communicate to learn more about the Bible. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with the social aspect, but it can't just be the social aspect. It's got to be more than that. So that's why I say you want to appoint a competent Bible study leader who who understands the Bible, who can teach the Bible effectively, and not just teach it in a way that edifies those who are there. Again, if you're leaving with the same amount of information as you arrived, it's probably not an effective leader. So you do want somebody who can effectively teach the Bible. So
if you're on the other end of Gandalf, if you're sitting in
yeah, true. Gandalf, the base says, to lead a Bible study is to teach. You'll have to be willing to learn the Bible in order to teach it. Agreed. The best way to lead a study is to be a student of the Bible itself. I agree. Yeah. No one wants a dumb teacher. Exactly. Mrs. Producer also added too, is if you are just sitting in a study group, okay, ask questions. questions are great. They provoke discussion. Don't do it in a confrontational way, but ask questions. Ask for answers. Just, and, iron sharpens iron. And I think this is one of those things where a Bible study can be highly effective place to ask questions that are kind of hard to ask elsewhere. So, and if they don't know, leader doesn't know, he should look it up. Lots of resources today. There's no excuse for someone to remain ignorant about the Bible these days. Lots of resources out there. Lots of commentaries. We have more resources available today than we've ever had. There's no excuse for anyone to be ignorant of the Bible anymore. So, I see I am being told that it's time to go here by StreamYard Studios. We are after a quarter after midnight here, so I think we're going to call it there. And anyway, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. It's been a real pleasure to serve the community here with your questions. We want to thank you who support us through your super chats and who have donated to us through PayPal. We really appreciate that. We want to also thank all those who support us through Patreon and through the YouTube membership support. We do appreciate that because that keeps our equipment in repair, and we so appreciate that. Finally, we want to thank those who view our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share our social media, share the URLs on social media platforms. You get the message out there. We want to wish you all a very happy holiday. Have a great new year. This will be the final live stream of the year. So the next one will be in the new year, 2026. May it be a lot better than 2025. All right? So with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be with us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.